This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
The lives of two young girls.
The DNA test will prove me right.
I'm really concerned. If they treat her like an outcast, she'll definitely go back to their family.
In the brand new unmissable Zari. Only on Maisha Magic Plus, the home of local. Now available to DSTV Access.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at a discount. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on Showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will display the discount you qualify for. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies you won't find anywhere else. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
family is not always what it seems.
Hapa hakuna mtu anaweza kunificha kitu.
When a father's past is revealed after his death, leaving his empire in the hands of his wife, son, daughter, and
I'm here to mourn my husband.
his other wife.
Ambazula.
Who will get the castle?
You have rattled the snake.
The war of succession is on in the all-new Kasiri.
I think the reopening is here to showcase that Goethe is back, and Goethe is an open space for everybody to come, for everybody to engage with. It's a space where you can gather, where you can connect to people, find like-minded individuals who are also passionate about art and creation. And that's what we are about, and we are here to stay and to be an open space also in the next decades to come.
I am happy to see that our own students here at the Institute are able to partake in this activity, and that even the Goethe Institute is trying to encourage the young youth to work hard and motivate them to join careers, that this is spearheading them to know what line they want to do in life. So for me, I enjoy that the Goethe Institute took time to let our students be part of this, and they've enjoyed, and some of them now even have interest to work in the German sector.
Hi, my name is Lily Kobler. I'm the director of the Goethe Institute, the German Cultural Center, and we're really having huge celebrations here today. We've been renovating and refurbishing and trying to create more accessible and welcoming spaces for our visitors, our partners, and the creatives of Kenya. So we're really, really happy that we're done with this and we're able to open our spaces again. So I'm most of all excited. It's like a dream come true, because you see building and construction and you can't really imagine what it will be like when it's alive. But now it's alive.
I'm really delighted and honored to be here tonight for the reopening of Goethe Institute after almost 2 years of renovation and refurbishment. It's more than a facelift, it's a whole makeover to last for the next 60 years.
My name is Josephine Ochieng. I work here at Goethe Institute under the school sector. I am the project assistant for PASH project and Bildung Kooperation Deutschland, that is BKD. So in this reopening, we were able to invite schools from Nairobi, and also we had Naivasha girls coming in, and we had a lot of activities for the students. Like, they also took part in different activities and they were able to win various prizes.
The global project is in 6 different countries, 3 in the Middle East and 3 in Africa. Here in Kenya, we focus on capacity building programs and also giving the platforms for creatives and artists to showcase their artworks. The objective of the project is to increase income and employment possibilities for creatives and artists.
My name is Keith Ubanga from Starehe Boys Center. I'm in Form 4 and I'm 17 years old. So my experience in Goethe Institute has been quite eventful. We were able to do various activities such as spin the wheel, where we get to answer questions relating to Germany. My favorite one was the scavenger hunt. We were able to do a scavenger hunt using an app called Kalasha, where we will go around the city looking for checkpoints as we get to know more about Kenyan history and more about the city itself.
I've just come from conducting a really fun DJ workshop with young ladies from Alliance Girls, and I feel like they've really inspired me. They've thrown me back, first of all, to when I was younger and in high school, I wish I knew that there was options for careers like these when I was in high school a few years back. And I feel like the impact of this workshop is not only exposing them to other career paths, but also empowering them to know exactly what it entails to be a DJ, not just the playing the music and having fun, but setting up your gear, you know, troubleshooting, you know, sound, if there's something wrong with your wiring, just empowering girls and young ladies to know that they don't have to wait for somebody to check their technical gear for them, they can do it themselves.
I mostly create content for children, so illustrated books, 2D animations, games. Apart from that, I've been a lecturer at ADMI for the past 3 years. I've been teaching illustration in animation, so everything that goes on before the actual animation production, including character design, that's what I do. So back in 2021, I partnered with Black Rhino and Goethe Institute, and I was given training in VR. So I was part of the State of the Art 2.0 Usoni. I was one of the 5 artists, and I created different cartoony looking scenes that represent the style that I'm after. So for the past 2 days this weekend, I was lecturing and giving a workshop to everyone about virtual reality.
The Cultural Programs Department is here as a space to support creatives. We welcome all kinds of creatives, especially young and mid-career creatives, to explore new practices, new approaches to art making, to engage with different art forms. We support specifically some larger projects in key areas. For example, the Dance Life Fest that's coming up this year again, focused on contemporary dance. We have an exhibition series that supports artists in making ambitious conceptual artworks and exhibiting them here at Goethe Institute. And also, you know, we obviously build international connections, especially to Germany, to find international partners for connecting the Kenyan art scene to the world.
Supporting creatives, man, like from the very first day I walked into the Goethe Institute, actually, this Goethe Institute, I've always got a yes. Even if it was a no, it was a no, but it waited and waited and then it turned into a yes. So I just want to appreciate them for supporting the art, supporting the artists.
Nairobi City, how you doing?
History yangu na Goethe Joy na go way back. Kabado naishi Kibich, way back yani. I think my first international flight ilikuwa Berlin. Through an exchange program ilikuwa inaitwa Spoken Worlds. Nilimake friendships zenye na work nazo mpaka saa hii through Goethe. From Waseka Viva Konagwa, producer wangu anatoka Berlin, amehostiwa hapa before, na tunawak naye mpaka saa hii. So Goethe was like an eye opener for that international market, not only as a performer but as a sound. Kuna niomba na anything ikihappen hapa lazima ni pull up because na feeling nikawa narudi home.
We hope that these spaces will be an inspiration to artists, to students. We have expanded our terrace. Actually, the terrace was not in existence at all. So we're glad that that has been put in place and our spaces are a bit larger, and we hope that these spaces offer inspiration where artists can come here, bounce their ideas around each other so they can learn and grow.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at no extra cost. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will confirm that you qualify for Showmax at no extra cost as a DSTV Premium subscriber. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
Hey Easter, enjoy your passport to non-stop laughter and entertainment on StarTimes. The Salulu is to recharge and get upgraded.
Can we play a game?
We've got fun and play for the big and little kids. Action-packed sports.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Thrilling movies.
You're an actor. Act.
Passionate new telenovelas. Real-world documentaries.
Are you saying yes to the draft?
Unmissable reality and fantastic local shows. Recharge on your current bouquet and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month. Burudika na familia. Download StarTimes on app for unlimited entertainment anytime, anywhere. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos? No está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí,
Mira,
¿tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Es una zona cerca de Bolivia, pero...
My name is Grace Murama. I am an award-winning certified special effects makeup artist and the founder of Grisel Studio. Initially founded in 2015, I discovered my passion for film early. Grisel Studio provides special effects makeup services, also known as SFX, for film and TV, one-on-one classes for fellow artists, as well as providing high-standard professional materials used in the makeup effects industry. These include silicone, sculpting materials, makeup prosthetic pieces, cosplay, student educational kits, and so much more. My goal throughout the years has been to develop and produce the highest quality FX makeup services and products to ensure that every artist can fully express their creativity. Discover the world of Grisel Studio and experience the transformative power of exceptional makeup.
This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards Ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival. This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
The lives of two young girls.
My star sign is lucky. Something good will happen.
Yani mom na dad wanafight na wewe kazi yako ni zodiac signs.
Raised by secrets.
There's a lot going on at the moment in this house.
It's either Baluta to hiyo pesa or else.
Is about to be changed forever when their true identity is uncovered.
That girl is not his daughter. That test will prove me right.
I'm really concerned. If they treat her like an outcast, she'll definitely go back to their family.
In the brand new unmissable Zari. Only on Maisha Magic Plus, the home of local. Now available to DSTV Access.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at a discount. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on Showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will display the discount you qualify for. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies you won't find anywhere else. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
perfect family is not always what it seems.
Hapa hakuna mtu anaweza kunificha kitu.
When a father's past is revealed after his death, leaving his empire in the hands of his wife, son, daughter, and
I'm here to mourn my husband.
His other wife.
Ambazula.
Who will get the castle?
You have rattled the snake.
The war of succession is on in the all-new Kasiri.
I think the reopening is here to showcase that Goethe is back, and Goethe is an open space for everybody to come, for everybody to engage with. It's a space where you can gather, where you can connect to people, find like-minded individuals who are also passionate about art and creation. And that's what we are about, and we are here to stay and to be an open space also in the next decades to come.
I am happy to see that our own students here at the Institute are able to partake in this activity, and that even the Goethe Institute is trying to encourage the young youth to work hard and motivate them to join careers, that this is spearheading them to know what line they want to do in life. So for me, I enjoy that the Goethe Institute took time to let our students be part of this, and they've enjoyed, and some of them now even have interest to work in the German sector.
Hi, my name is Lily Kobler. I'm the director of the Goethe Institute, the German Cultural Center, and we're really having huge celebrations here today. We've been renovating and refurbishing and trying to create more accessible and welcoming spaces for our visitors, our partners, and the creatives of Kenya. So we're really, really happy that we're done with this and we're able to open our spaces again. So I'm most of all excited. It's like a dream come true, because you see building and construction and you can't really imagine what it will be like when it's alive. But now it's alive.
I'm really delighted and honored to be here tonight for the reopening of Goethe Institute after almost 2 years of renovation and refurbishment. It's more than a facelift, it's a whole makeover to last for the next 60 years.
My name is Josephine Ochieng. I work here at Goethe Institute under the school sector. I am the project assistant for PASH project and Bildung Kooperation Deutschland, that is BKD. So in this reopening, we were able to invite schools from Nairobi, and also we had Naivasha girls coming in, and we had a lot of activities for the students. Like, they also took part in different activities and they were able to win various prizes.
The global project is in 6 different countries, 3 in the Middle East and 3 in Africa. Here in Kenya, we focus on capacity building programs and also giving the platforms for creatives and artists to showcase their artworks. The objective of the project is to increase income and employment possibilities for creatives and artists.
My name is Keith Ubanga from Starehe Boys Center. I'm in Form 4 and I'm 17 years old. So my experience in Goethe Institute has been quite eventful. We were able to do various activities such as spin the wheel, where we get to answer questions relating to Germany. My favorite one was the scavenger hunt. We were able to do a scavenger hunt using an app called Kalasha, where we will go around the city looking for checkpoints as we get to know more about Kenyan history and more about the city itself.
I've just come from conducting a really fun DJ workshop with young ladies from Alliance Girls, and I feel like they've really inspired me. They've thrown me back, first of all, to when I was younger and in high school. I wish I knew that there was options for careers like these when I was in high school a few years back. And I feel like the impact of this workshop is not only exposing them to other career paths, but also empowering them to know exactly what it entails to be a DJ, not just the playing the music and having fun, but setting up your gear, you know, troubleshooting, you know, sound, if there's something wrong with your wiring, just empowering girls and young ladies to know that they don't have to wait for somebody to check their technical gear for them, they can do it themselves.
I mostly create content for children, so illustrated books, 2D animations, games. Apart from that, I've been a lecturer at ADMI for the past 3 years. I've been teaching illustration in animation, so everything that goes on before the actual animation production, including character design, that's what I do. So back in 2021, I partnered with Black Rhino and Goethe Institute, and I was given training in VR. So I was part of the state-of-the-art 2.0 Usoni. I was one of the 5 artists, and I created different cartoony looking scenes that represent the style that I'm after. So for the past 2 days this weekend, I was lecturing and giving a workshop to everyone about virtual reality.
The Cultural Programs Department is here as a space to support creatives. We welcome all kinds of creatives, especially young and mid-career creatives, to explore new practices, new approaches to art making, to engage with different art forms. We support specifically some larger projects in key areas. For example, the Dance Life Fest that's coming up this year again, focused on contemporary dance. We have an exhibition series that supports artists in making ambitious conceptual artworks and exhibiting them here at Goethe Institute. And also, you know, we obviously build international connections, especially to Germany, to find international partners for connecting the Kenyan art scene to the world.
Supporting creatives, man, like from the very first day I walked into the Goethe Institute, actually, this Goethe Institute, I've always got a yes. Even if it was a no, it was a no, but it waited and waited and then it turned into a yes. So I just want to appreciate them for supporting the art, supporting the artists.
Nairobi City, how you doing?
History yangu na Goethe Joy na go way back. Kabado naishi Kibich, way back yani. I think my first international flight ilikuwa Berlin. Through an exchange program ilikuwa inaitwa Spoken Worlds. Nilimake friendships zenye na work nazo mpaka saa hii through Goethe. From Waseka Viva Konagwa, producer wangu anatoka Berlin, amehostiwa hapa before, na tunawak naye mpaka saa hii. So Goethe was like an eye opener for that international market, not only as a performer but as a sound. Kuna niomba na anything ikiapena hapa lazima ni pull up, because na feeling nikawa narudi home.
We hope that these spaces will be an inspiration to artists, to students. We have expanded our terrace. Actually, the terrace was not in existence at all. So we're glad that that has been put in place and our spaces are a bit larger, and we hope that these spaces offer inspiration where artists can come here, bounce their ideas around each other so they can learn and grow.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at no extra cost. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will confirm that you qualify for Showmax at no extra cost as a DSTV Premium subscriber. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
Hey Easter, enjoy your passport to non-stop laughter and entertainment on StarTimes. The Salulu is to recharge and get upgraded.
Can we play a game?
We've got fun and play for the big and little kids. Action-packed sports.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Thrilling movies.
You're an actor. Act.
Passionate new telenovelas. Real-world documentaries.
Are you saying yes to the draft?
Unmissable reality and fantastic local shows. Recharge on your current bouquet and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month. Burudika na familia. Download StarTimes on app for unlimited entertainment anytime, anywhere. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos? No, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí, de la ciudad.
Mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Es una zona cerca de Bolivia, pero...
My name is Grace Murama. I am an award-winning certified special effects makeup artist and the founder of Grisel Studio. Initially founded in 2015, I discovered my passion for film early. Grisel Studio provides special effects makeup services, also known as SFX, for film and TV, one-on-one classes for fellow artists, as well as providing high-standard professional materials used in the makeup effects industry. These include silicone, sculpting materials, makeup prosthetic pieces, cosplay, student educational kits, and so much more. My goal throughout the years has been to develop and produce the highest quality FX makeup services and products to ensure that every artist can fully express their creativity. Discover the world of Grisel Studio and experience the transformative power of exceptional makeup.
This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now I'll do that again. We weren't testing the microphone, it was an actual greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hi, how are you feeling? Karibuni sana and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, Festival and Awards 2024. And you know, there are very many numbers that have been bandied around when it comes to this particular event, because for the market, we're having it for the 7th time, 7th edition, the awards, 13th edition. But if you're here, this is going to be a very unique experience for the year 2024, because we're literally bringing everything together. We have the market where we discuss the business end of film and TV, how it actually makes money, makes sense. We're also going to be having the festival where you can actually enjoy those amazing productions, and they've been curated for you to watch right across the city, so you can enjoy that as well. And then at the end of it all, we make sure that we award the best and brightest for the passion they have in their craft, as we have the awards taking place at the end of it all. So this is going to be one for the books. The theme for this year is Real Money, the business of film, under the tagline where art meets commerce, because that's been a bit of an issue. You have the story, you have the storyline, but how do you make sure it makes sense? Not only in terms of common sense, but sense and shillings. And that's why we're here to make sure you actually bridge that gap and make that happen. As we talk about it, we're having these conversations in the room. We are live at KICC. We're also live online as well. And as we talk about it online or in the room, the hashtags we're using for the next 3 days: Kalasha International Film and TV Market. You can also use hashtag Real Money. And you can also use Kalasha Awards 2024. For the next 3 days, post about it on X, post it up on IG. I could see some of them have already gone up. They've gone live. Hamuko na hashtag, now you do. So once again, Kalasha Awards 2024, hashtag Real Money, hashtag Kalasha International Film and TV Market for the next 3 days, because there'll be amazing gems shared on this particular stage as they unpack how you can make sure the business of it works. And of course, as we award those who are doing amazing work in this particular space. I'll be your MC for the next 3 days. My name is Jeff Mote. Karibuni sana for this particular event. At this point in time, we'd like to start with a word of prayer. And I'd like to call on stage Madam Vivian Morioki. Can we have a representative? Okay, at this point in time, I think we can actually move it forward at that particular juncture. As we move from the prayer, let's be upstanding for the national anthem and the East Africa anthem as well. You may have your seats at this particular point in time. So I've said what we're going to be doing for the next 3 days. We've discussed today, tomorrow we're talking about the business, how we actually make money. Of course, at the end of every day, we have amazing stories for you to watch, amazing productions made as well. And then, of course, we end it all by awarding those who've put in their blood, sweat, and tears in this particular game, because, you know, it takes that and so much more for what we see on screen. So that's what we're expecting. However, every single person here has their own personal expectation of what this should bring to them. And I'll come down to you, and you can tell me what you expect. So even as we get this particular program rolling, we can actually know what boxes we need to tick. So I'm going down to the audience at this particular point in time, and I always used to wonder how my high school teacher feels anytime they'd ask a question, because this is where you make eye contact and nobody wants to look at you. And everybody's looking away. They're looking at the empty stage, and I'm like, I'm not there, I'm here. I'm right next to you. And I think she knew I'd start there. She had a gut feeling. She's like, don't come here. And he did, Wangeshi, he did. So please, your name and what you're expecting from the next 3 days. Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wageshi Murage from Media Pros Africa. I'm excited to be here, Jeff, and I'm expecting a lot of networking and finding collaborations and partnerships with industry stakeholders here, and of course, making new friends and learning a lot from the panel discussions and the workshops.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Wangeshi. An experienced hand in the game. But I can also see some new faces, eager to learn, eager to make connections, eager to network. The microphone might have to come this way as well. And now they're making eye contact. They're like, yeah, I won't look away. But here I am. My good sir, your name, what are you expecting today?
Hello.
You could stand as well for those who might not be able to see.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. My name is Cyril Isoe from the Multi-Choice Talent Factory class of 2024. What we expect, or rather what I expect to learn today, one is also to do a lot of connections. Number two is to myself take a step and walk to these booths and get to learn. Get to understand what every person is trying to sell in terms of the market, so that we can grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Cyril. A round of applause for him as well. One more before we officially get back to the program. I felt like this side of the room was a bit cold. Let me warm it up as we get started. We're doing that eye thing. We're not looking at each other, are we? But I'm here. Someone saying, say hi. The microphone comes here, right at the front. Your name, please, and what you're expecting for the next 3 days.
My name is Glenda. I'm a student of film and TV. I'm expecting to learn from everyone, and I'm expecting to meet new people and just connect, and also learn the commerce part of film. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And of course, as you heard, there's a recurring theme. Everyone wants to network. That will happen here. Everybody wants to learn. That will definitely happen here. But also you get to see and experience the amazing productions that have been made. And that will all happen here for the next 3 days. And as you talk about it, because as we said, if it wasn't posted, it probably didn't happen. So if you're using your socials and you're posting it on X, you're putting it on Instagram, on your LinkedIn, the hashtags that we're using for the next 3 days, Kalasha International Film and TV Market, that's the first hashtag. Hashtag Real Money. Hashtag Kalasha Awards 2024. Because if you're learning, don't learn alone. Share those gems online. Let people know what they're missing. So next time they'll be here. Tomorrow they'll be here as well to get this amazing experience. At this point in time, of course, I'd like to ask Vivian Morioki, who's now with us, to come on stage for a word of prayer.
Good morning, everybody. Praise the Lord. My name is Vivian Morioki, and I'll lead you in a word of prayer. Shall we stand? Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this wonderful morning. We give you praise for you are Yahweh. Thank you, Lord, because you've gathered us gathered all of us here, oh God, for such a time as this, oh God. We pray, even as the Kalasha festival starts today, oh God, we pray that you're going to be with us for the next 3 days. Lead us, guide us, oh God, protect us. May we be all in cohesive union, my Father, Lord. Be with us, my Father, Lord. We pray that every one of us is going to be in perfect peace. Everyone is going to be in perfect health, oh God, and we shall be with us, my Father. We worship you and we give you all the praise. In Jesus' name we pray, believing and trusting. Amen. Have your seats.
I'd ask all of you to please be upstanding again for the national anthem, the East Africa anthem as well. Thank you so much. You may have your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'd like to welcome on stage the CEO of the Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I am delighted to welcome you to this 7th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you to this session today as we seek to transcend boundaries, cultures, and realize aspirations through storytelling. Today is dedicated to our film industry and the entire ecosystem geared towards having fruitful outcomes as we kickstart this market. The 7th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market is an initiative of Kenya Film Commission with an aim of and objective of being to position the Kenyan film industry and encourage growth and creativity in the sector. Your vision, dedication, and artistic integrity breathe life into stories that resonate with audiences worldwide and deserve a great platform such as this, the Kalasha International Film and TV Market. I stand here today with profound appreciation for the transformative power of film and what we have been able to achieve this far. We recognize that it would not have been possible without your unequivocal support. As an industry, recognize that across cultures and languages, film has the power to unite, inspire, and ignite change. Whether we are celebrating our heritage through mother tongue narratives or pushing the boundaries and blending the heart of filmmaking, which beats with the desire to connect, to understand, and to emphasize. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is committed to supporting and nurturing film industry recognizing the economic, social, and cultural significance. We are proud of strides that we have achieved thus far and believe that we are destined to make more strides as we progress in developing the local film industry and connecting to the world at large. From funding initiatives to tax incentives, we strive to create an environment conducive to artistic freedom and creative expressions. Our efforts have not gone unnoticed, as evidenced by the remarkable growth and profitability of the film industry registered thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 22 projects, we managed to employ about 2,200 individuals and engaged over 400 interns on the recently concluded partnership between Kenya Film Commission and the GIZ. We call upon partners that we work together to champion more because we have opportunities to create jobs, we are able to connect people, and see to it that we get Kenya to the world and the world to Kenya. Additionally, in the year 2022, we were able to contribute 38 billion shillings to the exchequer. This figure was arrived at through the survey that was conducted by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, as supported by GIZ. A first in history of locally initiated program, this is a true testament that through dedication and commitment, our industry can reach the heights we have always envisioned. Another one we are proud to announce today is the accomplishment that lies to the establishment of film hubs in the regions. The Kenya Film Commission is committed to establishing film hubs which serve as an opportunity to create an opportunity for filmmakers to enrich their skills, power capacity, and see to it that Kenya is ready to support the entire film ecosystem. Kenya has an immense amount of talent. We have impeccable film locations and to discuss the business of film. We recognize that productive exchanges and mutual learning form an important aspect in progress of any industry, including the film sector. Cultural events such as Kalasha Market enable direct exchanges and dialogues among experts within the sector and also offer an opportunity for learning and upping our skills for filmmakers, which helps to spread the tentacles of what we would like to see. In line with the theme of this year's film market, film distribution in the 21st century, we purpose to continue to market Kenya as a filming destination by actively engaging with stakeholders, including financial institutions, to drive investment and change perceptions about the industry. Through targeted campaigns and strategic partnerships, we are reshaping the narrative, positioning filmmaking as a catalyst for economic growth and social change. Audiences have developed a healthy appetite for quality content, and to meet this demand, streaming platforms are investing heavily in the original content, pouring billions into captivating productions that dominate the industry because of the demand that has been witnessed. This investment isn't solely about market dominance, but enhances market penetration while fostering a deep connection with audiences, offering them unique, high-quality experiences that keep them coming back for more. Aligning with our commitment to embracing digital transformation, we've launched an e-film shop, which is meant to provide services to all filmmakers. Filmmakers should be in a position to access government services without having to visit the government-specific services that they offer. You have an opportunity to actually transact on your mobile phone, on your iPad, or any technological gadget. This is a milestone that Kenya Film Commission is proud of, and we continue to become innovative so that we are able to offer you service delivery that you deserve. Moreover, we recognize the power of film as a tool for social change and advocacy. Through documentaries, narrative, and experimental works, filmmakers have the power to shine a light on passing issues, challenge prevailing narratives, and amplify marginalized voices. There is need for application and adaptation to technological advances to facilitate this. The evolution of this film industry extends far beyond content creation. We have witnessed a revolution in production techniques, which propelled by technological marvels like virtual reality and advanced camera systems. These innovations empower filmmakers to craft immense advanced camera systems. These innovations empower filmmakers to craft immersive experiences, pushing the boundaries of storytelling like never before. I urge that we embrace these technologies to see to it that we will have high-quality productions that are targeted to what our audiences are looking for. As we acknowledge the shift occurring within the film industry, the rise of green filmmaking practices and incorporating eco-friendly materials on set must not be overlooked. We have the power to mitigate impacts and pave the way for more sustainable future. Therefore, it is imperative to recognize the profound importance of these initiatives as we embark on this journey together. During the 3 days, the Kenya Film Commission invites you to be part of the various activities that will be taking place within the market, and I believe we have every reason to learn, to connect, engage, and do business. Our recent engagement co-production between Kenya and China, as well as South Africa, film collaborations marks a significant milestone in our quest to foster international collaborations and promote Kenya as a global filmmaking destination. By harnessing the collective talents and resources of diverse nations, we amplify our storytelling prowess and elevate our industry into the global stage. In the spirit of collaboration and exchange, we invite filmmakers and media professionals from across the globe to forge partnerships, share ideas, explore new possibilities. Let this film market serve as a platform for dialogue, innovation, and inspiration. May it be a catalyst for creativity and for positive change. In addition to financial support, collaborations with the corporates offer the potential for product placement, seamlessly integrating brands into storytelling narratives. When done thoughtfully and organically, product placement can enhance the authenticity of film while providing corporates with valuable exposure to global audiences. These partnerships and mutually beneficial arrangements allow for creation of compelling content that resonates with viewers while also generating revenue and visibility for brands. Moreover, we've embarked on a pioneering initiative to establish film clubs in schools to enhance collaborations and nurture new generation of storytellers from an early age. By fostering a love for cinema and providing platforms for creative expressions, we are sowing the seeds for a vibrant and dynamic industry that thrives on innovation and inclusivity. In conclusion, as we embrace the evolution of the film industry, let us remember the transformative power of storytelling and the profound impact it has on our world. Together, let us continue to push the boundaries of creativity, innovation, and inclusivity, ensuring that the magic of film remains alive for generations to come. I look forward to a fruitful session as we progress from today for the next 3 days. Enjoy the forum at Kalasha International Film and TV Market. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Wase. And of course, the facts that you've given us in the gems as well.
Okay, before I sit, allow me now to take this opportunity to invite the representative of the board of Kenya Film Commission, Dr. Mulama. Karibu, Dr. Mulama.
Would we give a clap to the CEO? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my great joy in seeing all of you seated here, even as I stand to make some remarks on behalf of the Kenya Film Commission Board. As it has been indicated, my name is Dr. Mulama, and I want to, before I delve into my remarks, thank you most sincerely for creating time to be here. When I look around, I can tell myself this is a great day, it's a big day. I don't even need to talk about it, it is speaking for itself. And I want to urge all of us to allow the day to speak for itself through the programs that we have lined up. Thank you indeed for creating time to be here. It is a great day when we sit back as a film fraternity, as players, as actors, as stakeholders in this industry, to look at what we have done and appreciate the great work that has come forth through our hands. Thank you for being sensitive to my height. I want to recognize the authorities here present, in addition to various stakeholders. We are glad that the ministry that hosts us as a commission and as a community has been gracious to us and is highly represented here by the representative of the CS and the PS who is present in the House. Thank you very much, our brother Omoni, who is the Secretary of Sports. We also recognize all protocol, all ranks present, representing the county and the various ministries in this sitting. We thank our sponsors. The CEO has mentioned a couple of partners and sponsors present. We are grateful that you have been there. When we call, you don't just hear. You hear and you respond in a big way. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to give you a clap and just applaud that you have been able to be with us. Let us give a clap to our sponsors and our partners present in the House. As I've mentioned, this is a very significant event for us. It is bringing the industry together to reflect on what we have been doing. We know that the work that is done right from production to distribution is quite immense. And if you sit to think of what it takes for us to be where we are, we appreciate the great work that has gone on. It stimulates growth, it generates substantial employment, it brings in valuable foreign exchange and acts as an important means through which technology is transferred and the Kenyan skill, not just Kenyan, but the entirety of the continent and the world, skill base is upgraded. It also is one of the best forms of promotion for this country and what the region and what the continent and the world has to offer. And I want to invite, as I mentioned, this is a great day. This is a day that speaks for itself, and we have lined up a number of activities, a number of programs. In a short while, today, this morning, once we have done the launch, we'll be attending a roundtable discussion, panel discussion, which will speak to us about quite a number of things. And I request all of us to allow ourselves to enjoy what the day has to offer for us. We hope that after the 7 years of celebrating this festival, you will find in today an opportunity to learn and better understand the global impact of the audiovisual and film industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I opened my remarks by saying that I'm standing here to speak or to make some remarks on behalf of my colleagues who sit together with me at the board. Not all of them are here, but allow me, before I draw to the conclusion of my remarks, to acknowledge my board colleagues who are seated here with me. 3 of them I can see. I can see Commissioner Ilham. Thank you. Commissioner Ilham supports us with chairing the Human Resource Committee. I can see Commissioner Vincent Onyango, who represents our host ministry, CS, on the board. And I also recognize our sister Commissioner Lucia Nzongo, who chairs our strategy and planning. There are other colleagues who will be joining us a little later in the course of the day, and we are grateful that together with this team, we can only commit to giving the policy direction to the Commission so that we can better serve our stakeholders. We have the interest of the stakeholders at heart. We desire to see the industry grow, and from where we sit as a board, we wish to reiterate our commitment, our firm commitment, to give the necessary policy and oversight guidance to the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you. I've already mentioned that we have quite a menu for all of us. Please take your time, relax, know that we have come not really to work, but to look at what we have been doing and appreciate it. And in the course of the 3-4 days of being around the city, find time to savor, to taste what the beautiful country and the beautiful city has to offer. With those few that are many remarks, I'm very grateful that you are there seated to listen to us and sit through the day to enjoy. Bwana MC, welcome. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our chair. And guys, we'll have to do better than that. I want a big round of applause for our CEO and our chair. I also have vested interest in that applause because I've been told the last signatories for my check are coming from these guys. So help me help them get my check. Thank you so much. At this point in time, like we said, even as we stay here and network and learn for the next 3 days, it truly takes a village to make this happen. And you have to recognize the sponsors who actually made this happen and brought this to fruition and who will be here for the next 3 days in terms of making sure we do learn, we do network, and we do make those connections to take this particular industry to the next level. I'd like to recognize the Communications Authority of Kenya, the Kenya Film Classification Board, National Film and Video Foundation South Africa, the Copyright Tribunal Kenya, MultiChoice, Star Times, Showmax. Because we have quite a list, let me just run through the entire list and then we can give them one big round of applause, yeah? We can do that. Augsburg SPI, Samsung, Goethe Institute, Anga Cinemas, Royal Tulip, Argyle Grand Hotel, Cameras Africa, Mind Me International, Sony, Jamii Telcom, Dormans, Madison Insurance, Kenbright, Kenya Film and Television Professional Association, Grisel Studios, The Bar, and Tekiti. All these came together to make this what it is. And let's give them a big round of applause, yeah? Again, if you're just joining us, I can see a couple of pictures being taken, some selfies, of course, and I'm sure some gems of what has been shared. I was surprised. Over 30 billion shillings contribution to the exchequer. That's not money that you just look aside and ignore. So clearly there is an impact, even economically, in what this particular space is doing. And as you tweet about that, as you post it on X, as you put it on Instagram, the hashtags are using, once again, Kalasha International Film and TV Market, hashtag Real Money, hashtag Kalasha Awards 2024. Speaking of our sponsors, at this point in time, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Nzola Miranda, Managing Director, MultiChoice. A round of applause for him, please.
I'm Jumbo. Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Ola Miranda. I'm extremely proud and privileged to be here to address you this morning for a short note for MultiChoice. But before that, I would like to welcome the representative of the ministry, Mr. Timothy, also the CEO of Kenya Film Commission, Dr. Mulama, the Kenya Film Commission Board, fellow partners, distinguished guests, members of the Fourth Estate, and ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be here, and in my job as managing director, 80% it's competition, how to grasp with the different challenges we have in the industry. But as I stepped into this environment, competition word turned into collaboration. I think this is the ultimate word that defines the film industry. You know, the more you collaborate, the more competitive you are. So I'm very proud and very, very excited to look at this journey of enhancing the film industry. So it's a privilege to be here to kick off this 3-day celebration of Kenyan film industry. I want to extend our gratitude to the Kenya Film Commission, our cabinet and our cabinet secretary for the dedication of this event. Kalasha Awards has been on the 13th edition. The market has been in 7th edition, and it shines a light on the incredible talent and hard work that the Kenyan film industry has. Over the years, East Africa has become a premier filming destination, attracting storytellers from around the world. Today, Kenya and Tanzania are ranked among the top producers in local films, showing our storytelling prowess to the global stage. The rise of filmmakers has transformed the industry into a significant economic driver, just like the economic contributions, but also on the job market, which employing a substantial portion of our workforce. So, you know, MultiChoice Kenya produces on average 500 hours of content every year. We are proud to call ourselves the Kenyan most loved storyteller because we've got the biggest library of videos in Kenya, more than 5,600 hours of local content, and we keep increasing that. And also initiatives like MultiChoice Talent Factory, which I invite you, and our students are here. I invite you to please go to our booth and engage with them. We are very much proud of what we're doing to create the next storytellers, the next generation. So as we gather here today, let's reflect on the journey that has brought us to this point. Each film and creative endeavor represents a triumph in the human spirit and the power of storytelling to inspire and entertain. So the topics that will be discussed during this festival are crucial for the industry growth, and I'm really excited on the conversations ahead. So to end, asanteni sana, and let's make the most of this incredible opportunity to build the Kenyan film industry. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Nzola. And if you actually go to that MultiChoice Talent Factory, actually see they learn the entire spectrum, end to end, not only the craft of making film, but also how to monetize it. And that usually is the gap right there. So please stop at their booth and find out more from them. At this point in time, the next speaker who's supposed to come on stage had told me that he would actually come to stage dancing. So that's the trailer of his speech. I don't know whether he lives up to it. I'd like to call on stage Director of Content from Star Times, Mr. Michael Mugo. A round of applause for him. The dance is lacking. Or he's dancing on the inside. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Thank you so much.
I am notorious for gaining weight Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Mwai. I am very happy to see all of you. It has been a 20-year journey to stand before all of you. So I want to say thank you to all of you. No, this is where you clap. 20 years, 20 years. I was asked to come and speak about trends that are happening in the industry, but I don't really think about it as trends. I like to think about it as opportunities. Because at the end of the day, what we do is a business, and it must make money. But before all of that, I think for me, it is best I begin by saying thank you, Mr. Timothy Owase, for giving me this opportunity, and all protocol observed, to be able to grace this occasion, and the board as well, KFC, the CA, KFCB, and everyone else who is involved in this. Yes? So thank you very much for all of this. So what are the trends that we have been looking at over the past short while that maybe all of us need to look at and say, I see a gap and I see money? Because one of the things I've also seen Isaac back here, we've always talked about how to generate money in this sector because we want a few billionaires from this industry. It's important. So may I begin by first looking at the first one? The first trend we have noticed is partnerships. A long time ago, we used to say, you know, that company, that one, MultiChoice, they are our enemies. And then when we say that, we don't do anything. What we do is we create a network of spies. Some of them call them friends. So what happens is I find out what MultiChoice is doing, and then I go find out what Zuku is doing, and then that determines for myself what then becomes my new strategy based on the information that I have gotten. But that no longer seems to be the case. Classic example, I'm sure many of you have gotten to watch Games of Thrones. True? So, if we think about Games of Thrones, Season 1 was produced by the producer, correct? Season 2, a broadcaster came on board and said, we love the show, and because we love the show, we are willing to produce it with you. And so they funded it. And the show became even bigger. Season 3, Season 4, they continued to work with the broadcaster. Season 5 and 6, another broadcaster came in. And now there were 2 broadcasters. NBC and ABC came together and they said, can we pitch together and do this thing together? Because the stars are now bigger. They're making more demands. We want to try being more flamboyant on the show. We want to expand on how the story is told. And then, now what began to happen, of course, is now we had 2 competitors working together. So what that tells me is this. We no longer can define our enemies. There are no more enemies. The person who actually determines who an enemy is yourself. But maybe the person you're considering to be an enemy is not really one, because they are having strategy meetings, they're having DIPS review, they're having, there's so many meetings they're having, and those meetings address certain weaknesses within what they're doing. Can we be able to plug into what we consider our enemies or our competitors' landscape, competitors' challenges, and turn them into opportunities that both of us can be able to? And that is a global trend. So how about in Kenya? Are we looking at opportunities from people that we consider to be our competitors? Or are we looking at them and saying, if we collaborate on 1, 2, 3, it saves us money. And then we can generate more money. So we no longer can continue to say, these are enemies or these are competitors. No, these are just other persons running around doing their business on a day-to-day basis. So maybe strategic partnerships is one trend that we really have to look at. The second one that I'm looking at is the advent of artificial intelligence and what it means. It can become a threat if we consider it to be a threat. Recently, I saw a new application that can be able to edit multi-camera edits or footage in 30 seconds. A long time ago, that work was you had to hire an editor or maybe 2 editors and then pay them for several days. True? At high cost of maybe 25, 30,000, 40,000 shillings a day, but now it's being done in 30 seconds. That means if an editor is not necessarily very alive, what happens? They're out of a job. But artificial intelligence is also divided into many different things. It can be divided into virtual reality, augmented reality. How many people know the difference between the two? Let's see. What is virtual reality? What is augmented reality? Iko shida. How do you differentiate the two? But yet we are in the business of making money from the trade. These are things we need to know. So basically, and the simplest way of putting it is, if you want to know what is augmented reality, it's really artificial intelligence used on, you don't need to wear a headset on your head. So virtual reality, you wear headsets. It's an artificial space. Augmented reality is different. One of the best companies here, and I ask all of you to actually visit them, is Genesis Design Factory. I've just seen their stand at the corner there. And they are into augmented reality. And this is an opportunity in itself because what AI is now doing is enhancing experiences. True? It's enhancing experiences. And what new audiences want is an enhanced experience. It's called the consumer graduation process. What you liked yesterday is no longer what you liked yesterday. You want a slight thing put into it. And then even your searches have now become a little bit more robust in the kind of, your palette has developed a little bit more. And things like that. So what AI is doing is really improving that. As an example, I love Formula One and I love the rally. Now, if you watch rally, if you watch Formula One on the digital platforms that are there, one of the things you'll notice you can be able to do using AI is you can go into the driver's seat and then zoom out and pan to the audiences, look around what's going on and go back into the vehicle again. This is an experience. It is enhanced shooting. So a long time ago, what we used to have was cameras all over the place. We shoot, it's finished, we go home. Yes, we've watched Formula One and Verstappen or Hamilton, depending on which spectra you lie. I am a very Hamilton person myself. Okay? But we see what we can be able to do. So understanding how we can be able to improve the quality of production in the things that we're doing is critical, okay? And I think it's important that we begin to, even as content producers who are sitting in this space, broadcasters sitting in this space, regulators sitting in this space, to look at how we can be able to support this new trend, because it's not going away. And we do not want to be the guys who are left behind by the rest of the world, and then we're consistently running, trying to catch up with what the rest of the world is doing. So it is something that we have to look at. Let us begin with simple definitions. What is VR? What is AR? What is MR, which is mixed reality? What does this mean for you and this industry that we are in? Okay? I'm looking at now short videos. A long time ago, and one of the new trends I've noticed, and I've wasted a lot of money on this, or let's just say I have spent a lot of money on this, is short videos. Every time we talk about short videos, we think about a VOD, YouTube short, YouTube shorts and stuff like that. But that's now changing. Have you guys noticed about things such as Drama Box, where a series or an episode is 3 minutes long and a season is maybe 20 episodes? And then you watch, so what they do now is they reel you in, they rope you in by showing you the first 3 episodes. And then from episode 4, you start paying $1, $2. Before you know it, we have victims here. You know yourselves. Before long, you've spent 2,000 shillings to just finish one series that is 30 minutes long. It's a new trend. And there's so many of this. There's Pocket FM, there's Real FM, there's Momo FM. There are all these new platforms that are now looking at how to make drama series shorter. And that's because of the new challenge that we have, which is second screen, where I'm watching a series and I'm looking at my phone and I look up and I look down. This is a new trend. This is a new opportunity. So even for content producers, have you started thinking about how you can tell your stories in a much shorter time? So that your entire series is 30 minutes. Your whole series is 30 minutes long. But the way the story has been told, from the time we met to the time they get married, there's no more Mariana in 2,000 episodes. Just to get married to Alejandro. All that has been compressed into 30 minutes. Is it possible for us to start looking at those particular opportunities? How to tell those particular stories? And if one person is spending 2,000 shillings to watch it, how many people can you be able to reach? The other day, I noticed one of the things that people are actually now beginning to do is partners are also beginning to see how they can be able to come together with platforms such as TikTok to be able to work together because of short videos. Strategic partnerships are going to be forming very soon. We will be hearing about strategic partnerships being announced very soon. So maybe this is one of those things that we need to start seeing, how do we work together? I'm happy to see MultiChoice sitting here. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to work together with StarTimes as well. It is. I'm not pitching anything now. I'm just saying these are opportunities that are sitting there for us. Okay? Reactive videos or reaction videos. Everyone wants to see, or there are so many of those. It is unfortunate that we lost someone, I think, recently, and I think all of us know about a celebrity who was, I think, laid to rest yesterday. But there are so many views about what exactly has happened to this person. Because so many, I think 10 million shillings was raised for the funeral. Everyone is talking about it. And reaction videos have become a thing. Because what we are all trying to do is to put a human face to some of the stories that we are telling. And what reaction videos are doing is exactly that, reacting to everyday events. Is the rally happening? Is the rally not happening? Was the person who was laid to rest a good person or a bad person? Is it hypocrisy, what people are doing? Is it not hypocrisy, what people are doing? These are opportunities for us to be able to generate money. And you'll notice that some of the largest, one of the biggest revenue generators on AVOD platforms such as YouTube are doing is nothing but reaction videos. So it is something that we also have to start to think about. And even when, for example, if KFC was to launch something today, people are going to react to it. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it ahead of its time? Content producers, are you hearing me? These are opportunities for you to be able to generate money. These are opportunities for us to make money, to think deeply about what we want to do. And more broadcasters are also beginning to say, we are going digital. We have decided. But there's a difference between digital presence and digital impact. Just because you have a digital channel does not mean that people are going into it. True? One of the biggest challenges that content producers are having is saying, oh, but I'm producing content and no one is watching it. Does your content have digital impact? Does it impact the person who's watching it? These are some of the things that we will begin and we desperately need to start talking about. Podcasts. The one person I misunderstand, but the one person that I love deeply is my son. I don't understand him very well, but I learn a lot from him, more than he thinks. The digital space is the most tribal space you will ever be in. And why is it a tribal space? Because the tribes are different. There's a tribe of gamers. There's another tribe that likes realities. There's another tribe that likes who knows what. And even within the tribes, we have mini tribes. My son likes to play Minecraft. And now it's not Minecraft. He has graduated to something else. It's a tribe. Are we appealing to those tribes? And those tribes usually meet in little things we like to call podcasts. True? To analyze the thing that they are watching in 3D, in 4D, 7D, all the Ds you can think of, they are meeting there and they're discussing it. And these are opportunities. Are we speaking to the different tribes through our podcasts? Because everyone is going through a very specific problem. There's a person who's going through relationship problems. They're looking for podcasts that will help him or her about the relationships that they are going through. There's a person who likes cars, and they are looking at the opportunities of how can I make this Subaru go faster? There's a person who wants to know more about education. That's a tribe in itself. Every time before you produce content, maybe, and then you decide to launch a podcast, you have to think, which constituency of people am I trying to appeal to? Which tribe do I belong? And then you can then expand on the needs of that particular tribe, and you can then generate revenues out of it. And this is one tribe that it's one opportunity that we really have to look at, and it is a global trend that is moving up and down, right? And then one of the last ones is everything is entertainment. Everything is entertainment. Think about it. How many people here know Piers Morgan? So is Piers Morgan a news anchor or is he an entertainment blogger? He does serious news, right? He does very serious news. Or even Mehdi. These are serious news anchors. So one of the trends that is happening is the persons who represent your brand must be very, very strong. Must be very strong. Because even the strongest news needs to be carried by strong personalities. It is becoming a thing. At least this is for television. So that even now, as an example, when you look at, when you're watching news in the evening, ask yourself, how many news anchors do you know by name? How many people watched news last night? It's tricky, this. On this side, how many people watch news? We are in problems. But these are things that we have to do. But if you had very strong personalities who are reading serious news, it is important that these are opportunities that even as broadcasters as well, or persons who are producing content, the person who is carrying your message has to be strong enough, a personality to be able to draw an audience who carry you religiously. And that becomes one of those things that, helps you to generate revenue. We know about Jeff Koinange's strong personality. We take him very seriously when he's reading news, yes? Piers Morgan is a very serious person when they're doing their news. This is a trend. Everything is entertainment. So that you can also take the same person and grow them on a digital platform. And when you grow them when you put them on a digital platform, they help you to grow your digital platform. So they're not just there to tell you, and they look very beautiful or they look very handsome. Are they strong enough to carry your brand? And if they're strong enough to carry your brand, then they are helping you to generate revenues. Okay? And then I think the last one is everyone wants something we call first-party data. Everyone is looking for content that does that. Easiest way, I'm a Liverpool supporter, diehard, to the grave Liverpool supporter. I see someone clapping back there. We are together, we are walking together. When you notice what happens with Liverpool is, if you go to an AVOD platform, what happens is they give you free content. Arsenal guys are sitting here. I have now discovered Team seems to be a very Arsenal or Manchester person. Oh, Aizo, see me later. We seem to be, this football thing gets people pissed. Now, if you notice what happens is they give you short videos on any AVOD or YouTube or Instagram, or they give you all this free content. And then after that, once you're hooked, and it's nothing to do with football, maybe it's about the footballer's life, then they tell you the life of Trent Alexander-Arnold. Then you become excited. They take you to his house. Now, if you want to know more about the girlfriend, subscribe, write your name, give us your email, your location, because that data is critical to the running of that platform. They have earned new subscribers because they've known how to hook you, and that data is then sold. Are we as content producers thinking about how to hook people? Because that data is critical to the way we do business. Data is content. And all companies want data. Are we thinking about it like that? We have to stop thinking that content is only a drama series, it is coverage of a live event like this. No. Let us expand what we are thinking about data and its utilization, because through its utilization, then we can begin to say that we are actually going to be making money. So I won't go further than this. These are just some of the few trends that we have noticed happening globally. So please enjoy yourselves. Let's get to talk one another. Let's get to talk with one another through this entire three-day event. And long live Liverpool, long live Liverpool. Arsenal, thank you for warming the seat for us. Thanks, guys. Take care.
A round of applause for Michael, please. And what a tale he wove there. Started talking about corporate espionage, went into Game of Thrones, ended with Liverpool. That Liverpool ending, I'm sure very many are like, you might have to walk alone, Mike. You really might have to walk alone on this one. But thank you so much. Another round of applause for him, please. At this point in time, I'd like to call upon KFC board chair, Dr. Hilary Mulama, to come on stage and welcome and introduce our guest of honor, please. A round of applause for our chair.
Thank you very much. I think I had earlier baptized our guest. I want to rebaptize him correctly this morning once again. May we please put our hands together as we bring our guest of honor, that is Raymond Ochieng, to make remarks and open our function. Guest of honor, we are glad to have you together with us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is a great morning, and it is a celebration. We are at Kalasha at 7. I want us to be upstanding. It's a celebration. I was asking myself, why is it on films and the film awards and everything, the background is always black? I think because the people of lenses are so great at energy, illumination, and they are so great that black does not limit them. Actually, they break the black and just make it great. So now that we are here, on behalf of the chief guest, the Principal Secretary for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Ismail Malim Made, who was to be here and is held up somewhere and could come if time will allow, but is on an assignment and is going to be joining us at some point. But I want us to appreciate the efforts that we have put together. Filmmakers are here, delegations are here, institutional representatives are here, and partners are here, and I believe we are doing great. So, round of applause for Kalasha at 7. We can do better. We can do better once again. Thank you so much, and you can take your seats. Before I read the speech of the chief guest, allow me to, first of all, acknowledge Kenya Films commissioners who are here, the board of directors who are here, and I also want to acknowledge the CEO of KFC, Timothy Owase, who is doing a great and tremendous job, courtesy of your commission and commissioners. And I also want to acknowledge our distinguished guest, Jonathan Olsberg, the executive chair of Olsberg SPI, who is visiting with us. And I also want to acknowledge the CEC County Executive Committee member for Youth and Creative Economy and Sports, our brother Baraza, who is also creative. And I also want to appreciate delegations who are here. The South African delegation, we had a conversation with you in the holding room, and thank you so much. The Film Foundation from South Africa, amongst many, and the partners that the MC has read for us. You ran into numbers, and allow me not to mention all of you. And I believe MultiChoice, whom we have already partnered with as a ministry. We have Star Times and all the partners who are here. We want to take this opportunity to appreciate you. And the product owners, these are filmmakers. We are very great to have you. Just last week, we were convened by KFC, and we were talking to financial institutions on how we can consolidate our creative economy sector, how we can make it bankable. Actually, some days back, if you say you are a creative, then you are the black sheep of the family. You didn't need to be a robber. You just have to say you are a DJ, you are a filmmaker, then they pray for you. Actually, your parents say, please help me help this my young boy, because we are really, actually some of them can even call the clergy and the imams to just help you get out of that situation. But those days are gone. We live in times that men and women on lenses have preserved our cultures. They've told our stories. They've put a mirror before us, and they've told us what we look like, what we like, what hurts us most, how we sensitize and push campaigns, and what we believe in as a country. It is a center of our lives. And through their institutionalization, ladies and gentlemen, we have created a sector, and Kenya is heading there, and we are getting there. We are consolidating as a ministry, and we are putting up everything that we may need in this value chain to ensure that we get there. I want to draw your attention to one story as we start in relation to the theme. One day, JF Kennedy, when America was going to the moon, made a maiden early entrance at NASA. And the CEO did not expect him. Traditionally, presidents arrive at the planned time. There's a red carpet. There's everybody waiting from security and everything, just as protocol allows globally. And this time, JF Kennedy arrived much early, actually surprised the CEO of NASA. And the CEO asked him, Mr. President, why have you come so early? And he said, I just wanted to take time as we wait for the program to start. And he told the CEO, allow me to walk in the lawns, and he decided to take a walk on the lawns. And he was walking on the lawns, he found a gentleman who had not seen him. And when he left his containers and he realized it was the president, and it was such an astounding experience. And he told the president, Mr. President, sir, what are you doing here? And the president laughed and made him easy. And the president asked him his name, what's your name? And he said his name. And the president told him, what are you doing here today? Actually, what he was doing, he was just tending the lawns. He was just cutting grass. But one thing this gentleman said that is touching, that is documented. He said, Mr. President, what I'm doing here today is because we are taking America to the moon. We are taking America to the moon. He didn't care whether he was not the CEO. He didn't have to be in that corner office and that ground floor that is graced with a lot of prestige. But he said, where I'm seated here, we are taking America to the moon. And ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today, which is distribution in the 21st century, is a last mile theme, because we're talking of what happens in the last mile. But this will not be devoid of few things. One, it will not be devoid of the process. The process must be there. And Kenyan government, through the Kenya Films Commission and all the partners that we're doing, we are also putting this process. The process must be there. And the people must be there before you get the product. We must invest in the people. We must invest in the process. And the process, if you unpack it in a granular manner, will encompass many other things. One, it will talk about the infrastructure that we're talking about, the toolkits and the technology adoption. We've just talked about AI here. Where are we and what are we doing? We have the multi-choice in terms of the factory. We are putting up the best of the infrastructures as an example and a model to be replicated. The human capital and skill set, that is investment in our people, investment in our filmmakers, building their capacities, exposing them, friendly policies. And as a government right now, we are coming up with a creative economy bill. And we are ensuring that then we consolidate this sector and make sure that we have friendly policies. When we are talking to filmmakers and team, you can be aware of this. And some of the things are, why is it that when you want to shoot a film in this country, in 5 counties, you have to have 5 licenses? You have to deal with traffic police officers, law enforcement officers in all those counties. And actually, I was talking to a filmmaker yesterday, Hawi Oguna, who is here, who told me that sometimes your cameras, if they are taken, it will take 3 hours for you to be back. So you better comply. But again, this is the ecosystem that we want to consolidate, that we have one-stop licensing, such that it becomes very easy. Incentives and partnerships that we are laying down. And these will be friendly policies that are institutionalized through a legal framework. The social capital that we need for this film sector. The citizenry culture. As Kenyans, are we becoming proud of our product? As South Africans and all of us who are here, look at Nigerian films. Somebody can say, I want to kill you for 5 minutes. But it's still prestigious in the Nigerian eyes. They celebrate that. Look at Nollywood contributing to 2% of their economy in terms of their GDP. And sometimes, I said last week, that some of their films are not shot in the best of the locations. They appreciate their cultures. But then how they consume and the citizenry appreciate this culture. This will need us to work together. This will need us to push this thing together. The investors, the filmmakers, government, partners, we must come together and then create that culture that a country will appreciate the product, because that would be very key. Of course, investments and partnerships. I remember in the last week that we had a conversation with financial partners, and they said, other sectors, it is very tangible to approach a bank. And imagine if you're a creative, you go to a bank and you say, in this flash disk, there are millions. So invest in this flash. And the bank says, oh no, we cannot just invest in that, because the creative will say, what I've put on this flash disk is so much. But then how do we bring these financial institutions, secure them, assure them, and assure everyone that then it is bankable to invest on the creative sector? So this is a conversation that is going on, and we believe we are going to get there. And we are very privileged on behalf of the leadership of the ministry to host you and to host the Kalasha Awards and to make sure that the journey that we have is going on well. Therefore, without much further ado, allow me to read the speech of the Principal Secretary, and I want to assure you it's not a long one, it's a very short one. Already on the established protocols that I've mentioned, distinguished filmmakers, esteemed delegates, the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the gathering dedicated today to this vibrant world of cinema, where storytelling transcends boundaries, cultures, and languages. As representatives of government, we stand here today with profound appreciation for the transformative power of film. The film industry is not merely an entertainment medium, but we recognize the pivotal role that filmmakers and the media professionals play in shaping the creative economy landscape. Your vision, your dedication, and artistic integrity breathe life into stories that resonate with audiences worldwide. Each frame, each line of dialogue is a testament to your commitment to storytelling excellence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a government, we are committed to supporting and nurturing the film sector, and we recognize its economic, social, and cultural significance. We understand the importance of providing filmmakers with the resources, infrastructure, and opportunities they need to thrive. Therefore, we understand that these will make us create an environment that is conducive for artistic freedom and creative expression. Ladies and gentlemen, today we kick off the 7th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market, an initiative of the Kenya Film Commission with the main objective being to buy, sell, and encourage growth and creativity in content creation. This 3 days platform is going to engage and interact with experts in the film and the audiovisual industry from Kenya and across the world. My prayer is that these 3 days you're going to maximize the unique opportunities that the market offers to participants to learn, share, and discuss issues around content creation, animation, policy, and also technology. Exchanges and mutual learning from important aspects in the progress of the industry, including this specific sector. Cultural events such as Kalasha Market enable direct exchanges and dialogues among experts with sector players, giving themselves opportunities to learn from one another. I would want to submit that Kenya has an immense amount of talent. We are impeccable in terms of our locations, and we have an abundant, diverse cultural history, and we have creators full of brilliant ideas and necessary expertise to tell wonderful stories. And what better way than to converge under one roof as a network to grow this industry. The theme for this year's market, which is film distribution in the 21st century, has significantly been at our forefront in terms of interventions. And over the years, the nature of production, distribution, and exhibition is not what it was. These changes have challenged decades, long industry rules and routines, mostly propagated by the disruptive nature of digitalization. Panelists' discussions at this 7th edition will delve deeper into these subjects and through discourse find ways to ensure that this sector and the entire East African region achieves its full potential. Towards conclusion, moreover, we recognize the power of film as a tool for social change and advocacy. Through your documentaries, narratives, experimental works, filmmakers have the power to shine the light on pressing issues, challenges, prevailing narratives, and you are to amplify marginalized voices. And in the spirit of collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, we invite filmmakers and the media professionals from across the globe to forge partnerships, share ideas, and explore new possibilities. Let this film market and the festive serve as a platform of dialogue, innovation, and inspiration. And therefore, I thank you for your dedication and your passion and your unwavering commitment, and together we continue to elevate the art of filmmaking so that we can create a legacy and inspire the generations to come. Thank you so much. And with that, the PS declares the Kalasha market officially opened. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Ochieng. Another round of applause for him. And ladies and gentlemen, this officially marks the opening of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. It's now open for the next 3 days. As we said, we learn, we network, we create. That's what we're going to do right here. We'd also like to extend a big thank you to all the partners who have made this happen and brought it to this particular point. And as we said, not only are we discussing business, but I mean, the proof of the food is, and the pudding is always in the tasting. And we're going to do that because we have lined up film screenings for the next 3 days at Anga Cinema, Diamond Plaza, and at the Goethe Institute as well. Tonight, 5 p.m., Otis Janam. It's a story about a lazy fisherman who wins a boat racing championship and wins the hand in marriage of the wealthiest man's daughter. Find out if a good woman can save a man from his destiny. 5 p.m. Buy your ticket at the registration desk and go and watch Otis Janam this particular evening. Now, of course, throughout the day, we'll have engaging conferences right here. We'll have panel sessions that you can also contribute to, ask your questions, and get involved in that. First panel session after this is where art meets commerce. That really is the question. We've had a lot of figures being spoken about in terms of the economy and money and how filmmakers are making money. So that's a discussion we have right after this in terms of how the art meets commerce. That will be our first panel discussion. But before that, we'll have our CEO, the KFC board, the speakers who have been here as well. We have Michael Mugo, Mr. Nzola as well, and our guest of honor, Secretary Ochieng, to have a tour of the exhibition booths. We shall go through this particular exit, round the left, down like that, through the booths. And as we do that, for those of us who will be seated here, we shall follow all the action on this particular screen as well. So we'll have a brief tour of the booths around this particular room and then get into our first panel discussion where art meets commerce. Thank you so much. Again, as we said, tour starts from the left. For all our speakers and the guest of honor, the KFC board, go through the left, round the room as well. Asante sana.
My name is Grace Murema. Yeah, I am the founder of Gracell Studio, creating prosthetic pieces for film. Test it first before.
One, two.
With this, so that then you become the plug. Okay.
Yeah. Then we have
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, here. Yeah.
So, 1, 2.
Ndio huyo hapa.
One, two. One, two. One, two. One.
Here and Hollywood. So what has happened? Do we have a clue? We see this every day. We see Premier League, we see this and that. The truth is, it's happening. The technology is there. In Africa, we can afford it. But the challenge is the people. So a TV station will spend 30, 40 million shillings, put together a whole team, buy the equipment and ship them across the world to learn how to do virtual production. The challenge is 3 months after they come back, they'll move from that TV station for 20,000 shillings more. Now the TV station has invested in someone to go and has lost him to something that's not part of the craft. So what are we trying to do? As Genesis Design, we've opened an R&D center. We haven't opened a production facility. What we are saying is we need to catch up before we start playing with them. So we have the infrastructure. We've reached out to these companies who created this, and they have said they are happy to train. They want as many Kenyans to know this technology because for them, they're able to sell it because the challenge of the past are not there. So we are looking for 3D artists, young people who already have the fundamental knowledge to come to our facility and be trained by the mother company. So the mother company will upskill them. We are taking a bigger cohort because the truth is we are going to lose almost 3/4 of them to the international demand. But these are Kenyans who are going out, conquering the market, getting better. So once we say we want to host Olympics, we are not shipping in thousands of people to come do the work. They are right here. So the Genesis R&D Center, what is it? Oh, I will take 10 seconds and say the R&D Center is something that you should visit us, pay attention to, because we are trying to move Kenya forward. Thank you for your time and your attentions. See you people.
Yes, hi everyone. Yeah, my name is Paul Kihuha from Protista Creations. We make film equipment locally and from scratch metal. Like here we have a jib. This is supposed to be a bit longer, but we have a limited space. So these are giraffe jib, yeah, and you can just control the camera from here, as you can see, yeah. And now this is a mini jib. So this for small guys, yeah. Yeah, if you don't need these big machines. And I have this rack. This rack is for filming, yeah? You can set everything here. So even DIT, you can set your gadgets and everything. I also have this one. This one is a rostrum. It's for shooting events. This is the same when folded, yeah? And this is the one. Okay, anyway, this is my piece of art. Yeah, I have tested it, okay, and I have used it, right? And we have already tested everywhere in the market. Yes, yes. Yeah, like for 6 years now. Yeah, I have this one. This one is a rickshaw. A rickshaw is for shooting with a Steadicam. Normally, when someone is shooting with a Steadicam, we normally put someone else here so that you can help him, yeah? But now this one, you don't need the other person. You can just push the Steadicam person with it, yeah? And now we have a slider here. Sawa? Microphone is not working. We have a slider here. This is I have a carry. This is the one that we use when shooting on. Yeah, and snoricam, this is when you're shooting someone.
Have you gone to mass production?
Not really, but I've been working in the industry and not really in mass production in India. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, in film, I think this has the equipment. You must need it, okay, in the industry. Yes. And let's say I'm the only person who is doing this currently in the country and in Africa. Because I'm the equipment Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan, yeah? Yeah. No, this is a snoricam. When you're shooting someone riding a bicycle, like a motorbike, yeah? You don't need, like you can just place the camera here, and then it can, yeah? And I also do slate boats.
I think we need to come and visit your factory.
Yes. And before you go, here, and I'll give it to you later.
Okay.
Yeah, we did this for you.
Asante.
Yes.
Elected.
Karibu sana.
How are you?
Nzuri sana.
Commissioner.
Karibuni sana to Clip and Sparks Lighting. Sparks Lighting. We are mainly film suppliers in East and Central Africa. We focus mainly on cameras, lighting, grips, generators, and a lot of training, capacity building, involved in associating ourselves with the local institutions, Kenya Film School, ADMI, Multimedia University, Masai Mara. So we incorporate a lot of students from these institutions into our organization as well. So we're very keen on that. Besides the local work, we're also very keen and focused on the international stuff, international series as well, foreign movies, documentaries. So we try as much as possible to position ourselves as a local supplier with an international feel. So this is just a little sample of what we've come along.
Can we comfortably say that we can be able to facilitate and sustain any kind of production?
We can sustain any kind of productions for two reasons. One, we've got a local capacity and an international capacity as well for a couple of projects. And besides that, we're in collaboration with Panavision and Panalux, which is an American rental company, in terms of capacity. And should we need any specialized equipment, we only get it in a couple of hours. So that is something that, again, we've been very focused on.
Are you on our database?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I was here a while ago, and I was told you have the most equipment needed in the film industry. So how
And the other most important, yes, and the other most important thing, with the technology changing very fast now in film industry, especially on the LEDs. Like today, what we've done on this show, we've focused on LEDs. So all the lighting equipment that we have with us today is just mainly LEDs, and we only have 2 sockets here powering all the 5 lights. So it just tells you where we are headed as far as technology is concerned, and we have to keep on chasing the same. Yeah. That is a serious
part of every negotiation that we have with every partner in terms of the rebate.
As far as employment for the youth and young people is concerned, film industry is ready, it's ripe. All it needs is incentives to just spur the growth, attract foreign investment, attract foreign filmmakers to come on board, support the industry on not just on foreign business, but also on the local work that is ready. But as far as if we don't have very clear tax rebates, exemptions for areas that are very important to spur the growth, then it remains a challenge. Another one is civic education. It's important for a lot of civic education to all production houses, all filmmakers, content creators, regardless of the magnitude or the size of their companies, to understand what are the benefits which are there. How everyone needs to understand what are the procedures as far as Kenya Revenue Authority is concerned, Kenya Film Commission is concerned. Guys need to learn a lot. What already is there in terms of benefiting from existing law that is there, and what else needs to be done to spur the growth even more. Just a minute, as a Kenya Greek tradition, I would request please just come here and hold the camera, and we can get a group photo with you. Please come behind.
So the guy is
Great.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, welcome. So, welcome to Transperfect Media. We have a branch here in Nairobi. My name is Caroline Bindio Coroso. Run our branches here in Nairobi and Nigeria. And these are my colleagues. And this is my colleague from Spain, who is head of our dubbing operations. Whether it's in French, whether it's in Mandarin, yes. So the titles you see on Netflix that are running from Africa. So we do all the subtitles, which we do transcription, audio description, localization, basically. All forms of localization, yes.
Private movie, you can either wait to title or you can replacing the voice.
How would you do it for Sheng?
Huh?
How would you do it for Sheng?
But we did it for volume. For Sheng on Netflix. So we do Sheng, we do any language.
Okay.
Yeah. We do, like volume, we did 32 languages in order for it to work globally. So that's what we do for here in Nairobi. And we'll be happy to do it for multi-choice.
We'll come to
We are more than one hour. Thank you. All right, bye.
This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
The Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
lives of two young girls.
My star sign is lucky. Something good will happen.
Yani mom na dad wana fight na wewe kazi yako ni zodiac signs.
Raised by secrets.
There's a lot going on at the moment in this house.
It's either Baluta to your pesa or else.
Is about to be changed forever when their true identity is uncovered.
That girl is not his daughter. That test will prove me right.
I'm really concerned. If they treat her like an outcast, she'll definitely go back to their family.
In the brand new Unmissable, Zari. Only on Maisha Magic Plus, the home of local. Now available to DSTV Access.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at a discount. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will display the discount you qualify for. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies you won't find anywhere else. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
perfect family is not always what it seems.
Hapa hakuna mtu anaweza kunificha kitu.
When a father's past is revealed after his death, leaving his empire in the hands of his wife, son, daughter, and
I'm here to mourn my husband.
His other wife.
Ambazula. Usijaribu uniwezi mimi.
Who will get the castle?
You have rattled the snake.
The war of succession is on in the all-new Kasiri.
I think the reopening is here to showcase that Goethe is back, and Goethe is an open space for everybody to come, for everybody to engage with. It's a space where you can gather, where you can connect to people, find like-minded individuals who are also passionate about art and creation. And that's what we are about, and we are here to stay and to be an open space also in the next decades to come.
I am happy to see that our own students here at the Institute are able to partake in this activity, and that even the Goethe Institute is trying to encourage the young youth to work hard and motivate them to join careers, that this is spearheading them to know what line they want to do in life. So for me, I enjoy that the Goethe Institute took time to let our students be part of this, and they've enjoyed, and some of them now even have interest to work in the German sector.
Hi, my name is Lily Kobler. I'm the director of the Goethe Institute, the German Cultural Center, and we're really having huge celebrations here today. We've been renovating and refurbishing and trying to create more accessible and welcoming spaces for our visitors, our partners, and the creatives of Kenya. So we're really, really happy that we're done with this and we're able to open our spaces again. So I'm most of all excited. It's like a dream come true, because you see building and construction and you can't really imagine what it will be like when it's alive. But now it's alive.
I'm really delighted and honored to be here tonight for the reopening of Goethe Institute after almost 2 years of renovation and refurbishment. It's more than a facelift, it's a whole makeover to last for the next 60 years.
My name is Josephine Ochieng. I work here at Goethe Institute under the school sector. I am the project assistant for PASH project and Bildung Kooperation Deutschland, that is BKD. So in this reopening, we were able to invite schools from Nairobi, and also we had Naivasha girls coming in, and we had a lot of activities for the students. Like, they also took part in different activities and they were able to win various prizes.
The global project is in 6 different countries, 3 in the Middle East and 3 in Africa. Here in Kenya, we focus on capacity building programs and also giving the platforms for creatives and artists to showcase their artworks. The objective of the project is to increase income and employment possibilities for creatives and artists.
My name is Keith Kubanga from Starehe Boys Center. I'm in Form 4 and I'm 17 years old. So my experience in Goethe Institute has been quite eventful. We were able to do various activities such as spin the wheel, where we get to answer questions relating to Germany. My favorite one was the scavenger hunt. We were able to do a scavenger hunt using an app called Kalasha, where we will go around the city looking for checkpoints as we get to know more about Kenyan history and more about the city itself.
I've just come from conducting a really fun DJ workshop with young ladies from Alliance Girls, and I feel like they've really inspired me. They've thrown me back, first of all, to when I was younger and in high school. I wish I knew that there was options for careers like these when I was in high school a few years back. And I feel like the impact of this workshop is not only exposing them to other career paths, but also empowering them to know exactly what it entails to be a DJ, not just playing the music and having fun, but setting up your gear, troubleshooting, sound, if there's something wrong with your wiring, just empowering girls and young ladies to know that they don't have to wait for somebody to check their technical gear for them. They can do it themselves.
I mostly create content for children, so illustrated books, 2D animations, games. Apart from that, I've been a lecturer at ADMI for the past 3 years. I've been teaching illustration in animation, so everything that goes on before the actual animation production, including character design, that's what I do. So back in 2021, I partnered with Black Rhino and Goethe Institute, and I was given training in VR. So I was part of the state-of-the-art 2.0 Usoni. I was one of the 5 artists, and I created different cartoony looking scenes that represent the style that I'm after. So for the past 2 days this weekend, I was lecturing and giving a workshop to everyone about virtual reality.
The Cultural Programs Department is here as a space to support creatives. We welcome all kinds of creatives, especially young and mid-career creatives, to explore new practices, new approaches to art making, to engage with different art forms. We support specifically some larger projects in key areas. For example, the Dance Life Fest that's coming up this year again, focused on contemporary dance. We have an exhibition series that supports artists in making ambitious conceptual artworks and exhibiting them here at Goethe Institute. And also, we obviously build international connections, especially to Germany, to find international partners for connecting the Kenyan art scene to the world.
Supporting creatives, man, like from the very first day I walked into the Goethe Institute, actually, this Goethe Institute, I've always got a yes. Even if it was a no, but it waited and waited and then it turned into a yes. So I just want to appreciate them for supporting the art, supporting the artists.
Nairobi City, how you doing?
yangu na Goethe join na go way back. Kabado naishi Kibich, way back yani. I think my first international flight ilikuwa Berlin. Through an exchange program ilikuwa inaitwa Spoken Worlds. Nili make friendships zenye na work nazo mpaka saa hii through Goethe. From Waseka Viva Konagwa, producer wangu anatoka Berlin, amehostiwa hapa before, na tunawak naye mpaka saa hii. So Goethe was like an eye opener for that international market, not only as a performer but as a sound. Unaniomba na anything ikihappen hapa lazima ni pull up because na feeling kama narudi home.
We hope that these spaces will be an inspiration to artists, to students. We have expanded our terrace. Actually, the terrace was not in existence at all. So we are glad that that has been put in place and our spaces are a bit larger, and we hope that these spaces offer inspiration where artists can come here, bounce their ideas around each other so they can learn and grow.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at no extra cost. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on Showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will confirm that you qualify for Showmax at no extra cost as a DSTV premium subscriber. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
Easter, enjoy your passport to non-stop laughter and entertainment on Star Times. The Salulu is to recharge and get upgraded.
Can we play a game?
We've got fun and play for the big and little kids, action-packed sports, absolutely unbelievable. Thrilling movies.
You're an actor. Act.
Passionate new telenovelas. Real-world documentaries.
Are you saying yes to the draft?
Unmissable reality and fantastic local shows. Recharge on your current bouquet and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month. Burudika na familia. Download StarTimes on app for unlimited entertainment anytime, anywhere. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
No, no está, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí,
Mira,
tuve que partir
del norte.
es una zona cerca del día, pero
My name is Grace Murama. I am an award-winning certified special effects makeup artist and the founder of Grisel Studio. Initially founded in 2015, I discovered my passion for film early. Grisel Studio provides special effects makeup services, also known as SFX, for film and TV, one-on-one classes for fellow artists, as well as providing high-standard professional materials used in the makeup effects industry. These include silicone, sculpting materials, makeup prosthetic pieces, cosplay, student educational kits, and so much more. My goal throughout the years has been to develop and produce the highest quality FX makeup services and products to ensure that every artist can fully express their creativity. Discover the world of Grisel Studio and experience the transformative power of exceptional makeup.
This is the season where dreams come to life, where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards Ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
We've discussed today, tomorrow we're talking about the business, how we
factory class of 2024.
Side of the room was a bit cold. Let me warm it up. Everyone wants to network. That will have days. Kalasha International Film and TV.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. Ideas and necessary expertise to tell amazing to discuss the business of film.
This is a day that speaks for itself, and we have lined up
another round of applause for Kenya Film Classification Board. The Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That was the tour by our guest of honor, the board as well, just going around and seeing what is in store for us. Please take your time as well and go around and experience it as well. They'll be here for the next day. Tomorrow they'll be here as well, Friday as well. So make sure you go around and experience it for yourself. At this point in time, like we said, we're here to discuss the business of film. The hashtag, as you can see scrolling on the screen, Real Money, where art meets commerce, and like we said, that will be our first panel discussion. How is the art meeting the commerce? How are we making business and making business sense of the productions that we're making? That's a conversation we'll be having shortly. Like I said, the hashtags we're using, hashtag Real Money, hashtag Kalasha Awards 2024, hashtag Kalasha International Film and TV Market. There's also a QR code that will be on the screen. So if you want a program digitally, you can actually scan that QR code that will pop up on screen in just a bit for you to get your own copy of this particular events program. I'd like to call upon our next moderator, Ms. Nina Shaban, a seasoned master of ceremony with vast experience in business news reporting, presenting unique perspectives and relevant commentary to events. She's excelled in communicating complex ideas to a variety of audiences in her career. She's worked with the Cooperative Bank, USAID, Engineers Association in Kenya, NTV Top 100, and Bureau Veritas, among many others. Please put your hands together for this panel's moderator, Ms. Nina Shaban.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon. Good morning once again. Let's appreciate our master ceremony kindly. Okay, so my name is Nina Shaban. I'll be your moderator for this particular session. I am a business news anchor and reporter from the Nation Media Group, and I'm very excited and humbled to be moderating this session with the theme Real Money, the business of film, where art meets commerce. Now, without wasting any time, allow me to invite our panelists on set to help delve deep into this conversation. We'll have our chief guest come first, that is Mr. Raymond Ochieng, HSC Secretary of Youth Development of the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Mr. Raymond, let's appreciate him as he comes in set. Okay. Following suit is Timothy Owase. Timothy Owase, the Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Film Commission, one of the reasons to why we're having this awards and this setup today. Timothy, let's appreciate him as well. Mr. Jonathan Olsbach, Executive Chair at the SBI Consultancies for Global Creative Industries. You see it right there, sir. Let's appreciate Jonathan. Lennox Mugambe is a Group Director, Asset Finance and Business Solutions at NCBA Group. Lennox, ma coffee kwake tafadhali. Marie Laure Mungai, one of the other ladies who'll be joining me on set. Marie is an African creators industry and sports business advisor, investor, and entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Restless Global. Marie, thank you for joining us. And Sheila Charisima, who is a partner at NISK or NISK Capital, an investment bank in Nairobi, Kenya. Let's appreciate him. All right. And another Timothy Okwaro, the current Director of Multi-Choice Group East and South in Africa Channels. Timothy, karibu sana. And thank you so much for joining us. All right, this are our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say, we're going to start off with a question and answer from me, and later on we're going to throw it to the floor for the question and answer session. So feel free to jot your questions down if you have any, and then we'll be getting to hear from our panelists once that particular session starts. And to my panelists, a very good morning once again. I would like to start off with a conversation on the artist's earnings. Now, where you'll all, of course, give your sentiments according to your expertise. What are your sentiments on how much artists in the film industry are paid, and what roles are you playing to ensure that individuals in the sector get a decent pay? We're going to start with you, Mr. CEO Timothy Owase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. First, I would like us to appreciate the fact that we are in business of making movies. And I underline the word business. The reason as to why I underline the word business is the fact that we make movies in a very structured manner. You have to plan for your story. You have to identify which market you like to sell your story. Who are your audiences? You apply research to get to identify the needs that you would like to fill. You must be able to apply marketing tenets in terms of pricing, branding, distribution, among others. So when you talk about artists' pay, this is just part of one of those elements within the value chain that must be addressed by the producer at any given time that you are championing a project. So artists' pay, just like any other employment, I believe artists always deserve to be paid what is commensurate to their works. And the key factor here, especially when I look at the local environment, my challenge is how do I enhance the Actors Guild and see to it that the Actors Guild is actually applying the already set rate card, a rate card that will be able to provide artists remuneration that they deserve at any given time. And again, let us all appreciate the fact that as an artist or as an actor, you are paid based on your expertise. You are not being paid because you've just been called in to be a participant.
Right, Jonathan, I'd like to, thank you, let's appreciate him, there you go. Jonathan, I'd like to hear your take on this. Do you think that artists are actually being paid enough? And what role are you playing to ensure that they get their dues?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, my gratitude. It's a privilege to be here and share this event with you. So thank you to Timothy and everybody for inviting me. So just a quick word. We are a UK-based management consultancy. We're a business and government advisor on how to grow these industries. We've got clients all around the world that are governments or government-funded entities, film commissions, film institutes, and also we are hired by the key global production players, the heritage studios in Hollywood, the streamers, and we help them understand the production ecosystems around the world. And of course, the topic of this panel is where art meets commerce. This is one of the few industries, in my view, that delivers a lot of value on both the artistic and benefits can be derived, is what are the government policies in place to drive this activity to levels of success that we believe there are very few other industries can deliver. I'll be happy to talk more about those in particular later on, but thank you very much.
All right, what about you, Mary? What do you have to say about this? And immediately when you're done, when done, you can hand it over to Sheila.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would also like to thank Timothy and the Kenya Film Commission for this invitation. It's always a pleasure for me to come back to Kenya, where I spent 10 great years of my life, actually also as a producer, so I know the struggle. My work now is to advise, my work now is to advise very large investors, especially DFIs, so development finance institutions like IFC, Afrexim Bank, the French, in how to finance and invest in the creative sectors. One key thing to note is that for many, many years, I've been in this business for 20 years, including 10 in Kenya. For many, many years, there was no institutional money available to finance the creative industries. A lot of us have been doing work in the background to make the potential of the creative industries known to these type of investors. I believe that we have made great progress, so much so that several of them have now committed very large funds to the African creative industries. From what I can see among my clients, we have about $2.5 billion that are now committed to be invested in this sector. This is an enormous amount of money. However, this money is sitting there undeployed as we speak. So one of the challenges is that these big investors do not have the tools to actually finance creatives, artists, and entrepreneurs in these sectors that are very often very, very small entities, very emerging entities, very often informal still, not structured. But another challenge, and I will link it up to your question, is that it's still not clear which entrepreneurs, creatives are bankable, what is their business model, and really where is the money. So I was glad this morning listening to the speeches to hear that this is very clear in everybody's minds here. And I really appreciate the evolution of the conversation that I'm seeing across Africa and here in Kenya. And all the speakers have reinforced this morning. We're really here in the business of making money out of their creativity. So for artists to be paid, they need to show how their work is generating value that translates into money. And so that is really the first step. Nobody deserves to be paid if they're not creating value, unless then you look for grants, which is totally valid. And grants can be a tool for governments to support things like cultural heritage. There's plenty of countries around the world that are actually subsidizing their cultural sector, and that's one way to go. In Africa, we don't have that much money to spend on grants, so we need to focus on revenue-generating activities. So this is really what we need to discuss today. There are several avenues to go towards that, but really we need to brainstorm and find ways on how these artists and creatives can come together, structure themselves to build businesses that are profitable and that can then be investable by banks, by large investors, and continue to grow and create more wealth.
Well, before you give the microphone to Sheila, maybe you can expound, maybe, what exactly do you mean by creating value?
Creating value, so there's different kinds of value. Art, of course, create value in terms of promoting a cultural heritage, promoting new ideas. Very often artists are also, thinkers, so they show a mirror to society. So there's an intrinsic value of that. There's the value of entertainment, there's a value of that. However, we need to translate this into monetary value. This is a marketplace, right? So creatives, artists need to be able to produce a product that sells. There needs to be an audience for it, and there needs to be buyers for it. And unfortunately, on our markets, one of the challenges we're facing is that there are not currently enough of an audience. There's an audience in some countries, Nigeria, Senegal. In Kenya, there's not enough of a local audience for local content. And we need to have buyers, people who are ready to spend money to acquire that content.
Okay.
We also don't have enough.
All right.
That's another challenge.
All right. Sheila, what do you have to add onto that?
Thank you, Timothy, for the invite and to the audience. I think particularly on remuneration, and I'll zero in just on film and screen. If we think about from pre-development, development to post-development, at those various stages, there's opportunity for different kinds of remuneration. I think what we've seen on the continent and some of the pain points, if I can say, of the creatives is how much of your IP do you actually give up, right? And with the current financing structures, there's a lot of pre-sales to large distributors and gap financing. So if you don't own much of your intellectual property, you could be paid less at the beginning in the pre-development and development, but if you're able to benefit from the upside when it does well, and this is a little bit of aligning of incentives, it goes back to who owns your IP and how much have the larger distributors or some of the current mechanisms we have for financing, particularly I'm focusing on film and TV, how are those actually sort of cutting the artist short? So what are we doing to try and solve this? So I'm with Nest Capital. We've partnered together with Invention Studios to create the Anansi Fund. And the Anansi Fund is going to be looking at Pan-African opportunities in the film and screen space. And one of the things we're trying to solve for by having a pool of money that can support creatives from various stages, and the question will be what stage we play, to what extent do we allow them to then also participate in the upside? And it goes back to the structuring around intellectual property and who owns that intellectual property in the long run. That's what I would add to it.
Jonathan? Oh, sorry, Lennox. Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Unfortunately, I don't think I can really speak about how much artists should be paid. All I can say is that once they get paid, what can we help them do with the money? Because as a commercial bank, I'll just give you some background on NCBA group. Is that 60-year plus heritage. We've been very, very strong within the asset finance business. We've funded a couple of producers. I've seen some of my customers here. Some of the film equipment that we've seen, some of them are actually funded through NCBA. But back to it, one thing we've observed, and just having a discussion with the people exhibiting out there, is that there's a gap on financial literacy as far as once the participants are paid. And that's why we come in as a bank, to come in and support in investment opportunities, in saving on opportunities. And also, there is a comment that Mr. Oching here mentioned earlier on, that many creative participants are not bankable. So our responsibility as NCBA Bank is to make them bankable. So when we make them bankable, then they'll be able to access financial instruments that will help them now develop to whatever level they want to. Thank you.
Right. We are going to get into the bankable part in just a bit. Timothy, what do you have to say about this earnings?
Yeah, good question, Nina. And I think it's been an ongoing discussion throughout the years.
And you know, I concur with a lot of what Maria said, as well as what Timothy here said. And for me, coming from a channel perspective, coming from a perspective of where we have worked with the industry a lot, commissioned a lot of content, we have seen people, you know, come back and say they lived, you know, their livelihoods have changed because they've been on a show for 5-6 years. I don't know whether there's one answer to that, right? I don't know whether there's an answer to that. I think everybody who works in different fields today will always feel that probably they're not paid as much as they should. I think it's a factor of two things for me. Like Timothy said, where there's a red card, that needs to apply. We work through third-party producers who then go and, you know, get agreements with cast and crew. Then they need to follow whatever guidelines are there in terms of the red cards. Then from a broadcaster perspective, we also do not have infinite pots of money. Money is a scarce resource. So it is always a negotiation when you come into contracting for shows, right? And so that's where the give and take comes into play. And I think ultimately as producers, if the offer isn't great, I mean, some walk away from the table, but others make it work. So I think as an industry, we're getting to a level where people are earning a living from film. Are we where everybody wants to be? I don't know yet. We saw in America recently, there was a strike. Hollywood was always the biggest market where we thought everything is kosher. So yeah, I think continuous conversations in how we streamline and just consolidate the industry so that then everybody is happy with what's happening.
Okay, Raymond, as a government representative, what are your sentiments on the earnings when it comes to filmmakers? And do you agree with Timothy that we're at a good place, but we are really not where we're supposed to be? And what exactly can be done about it, especially from where you sit?
Thank you so much, Nina. First of all, critics should earn a lot of money. They should earn a lot. And I'll agree with Lennox. I'll not say how much they should earn, but they should earn a lot of money. In a day-to-day, when I get into the office in the morning, I have several meetings, some like this, go back to the office, have another one. I close the day. But look at what a creative puts in a day. It's a lot of work that we cannot just sit and say that, you know what, they're just entertaining people. One, Kenya is at a very good place. And the best statement to make as a government officer is we are creating an enabling environment. We are not employers, but we create an enabling environment. But I want to say that this government, the Kenya Kwanza government, is intentional and it's double clutch on what we are doing. First, we've said we must come up with a legislative framework that then institutionalizes our good intentions. So that it is not based on today you have a proactive CS, tomorrow you have a different minister, the next year you have another government, the next 5 years you have another government that is not so excited about creatives. So one, we are going for a legislative framework that is going to ensure that that is done. Number two, we've got a major flagship called Talanta Hela. And it tells you that of the flagships that this government stood to undertake, one of it is a pillar on creatives. How do we identify talent? How do we monetize talent? How do we incubate talent? Then the scalability of how do you scale that? Then the other thing that also we have done as a ministry is to then ensure that then we don't become an island. There are countries that have gone ahead of us. South Africa is doing well. We've got a joint production cooperation with South African government. We have also done one with China, so that then when it comes to infrastructural inflow of what we are doing, then we can do that. Then we have also put the right leadership, and I think you must appreciate us. We have put team, I'm almost saying we have put team in power with the commissioners, our right dynamic team to spearhead this industry. And you can really see. So, Nina, I agree with you. We are not where we should be. But we have already put things together to make sure that we take off. So I believe the 10th Kalasha Awards marketplace, we should be talking about a big thing and reality and tangibility. Thank you.
All right, before we get to the 10th one, share with us the status of Talanta Hella, if you don't mind.
I show you?
Share with us the status of Talanta Hella.
Come up, I share with you there?
It's about Talanta Hella.
Yes, yes.
Yes, shed some more light on it.
One of the flagships that the President, His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has taken over in terms of pushing, in terms of our ministry, is the Talanta Hella program. So Talanta Hella program is a platform that the government is going to create that is going to make us identify talent across all over the country to the grassroots. And we are also having an app right now. So in terms of the initial nascent stages, we have started with sports. But we are going to go and expand to all other, because when you talk about the creative sector, there are very many parameters from dancing, music, art, and all that. They're all within the creative ecosystem. So we are trying to organize that ecosystem such that if you have a great talent, you just need to put your talent in that portal, then it is identified. Then we've got a resource funding that is being put together so that then you are incubated, then we scale you up to market. So if in terms of you are audiovisual artist, then we have galleries that are going to be coming in terms of internationally. How do we market Kenya? Musicians. So already it's a space that we are bringing everybody on board, all hands on deck, and we want to co-create together. We are not saying we have the best minds, but we are bringing all the creative minds on the table. We have already told KFC, how then do we bring creatives together to be organized in a way that they are the ones who should come on the table to articulate what creatives are doing. Not a well-meaning fella like myself, but the real practitioners.
So how long before it starts benefiting the filmmakers?
Already that infrastructure already we have laid with the KFC. And that's why you are seeing the partnerships that we have, Jonathan here, and all the partnerships that we're having right now with you. So the president has met with Netflix. We are meeting TikTok. So already it's a whole value chain that needs all stakeholders.
All right.
So I also want you to also hold us accountable so that then we have this conversation.
We shall be
because the president has said we must be accountable to the practitioners.
Okay, okay, thanks very much. We shall be here to actually hold you accountable. Now, crossing over to creatives as a whole, allow me to get your views on the bill proposing the establishment of the Office of the Creative Industries and Registrar. That's the establishment of the Office of the Creative Industry Registrar on issues protecting intellectual property and ensuring individuals in the sector do not need a guarantor, as the government intends to establish a guarantee fund aimed at impelling banks to extend credit. I will start off with you, Lennox, because all matters credit is in your space, and then after that, Sheila, you can give us your views.
Yeah, thank you. So, looking at where commercial banks stand today, is that we do not have something we can call film banking, one that can provide financial solutions to the various stakeholders within the film industry. And that's a gap that is there today. So if a client walks into any commercial bank with a flash disk, Robert, you mentioned that, Raymond, sorry, you mentioned that, chances are high that a banker will ask, so what do I need to use this for? Why? Because we do not have specific funding solutions within the space, yeah? Again, I know there is a law. Where does NCBA in this particular situation sit at? So as a commercial bank, first, we are the only commercial bank in the market today that is providing access to credit to the film industry. We have a number of customers, including creative schools, where we funded equipment, cameras, lighting, audio equipment, including software. The challenge we have as far as that nature of funding is concerned is that it borders on traditional funding, whereby a bank will say, give me collateral, I lend to you money to buy the equipment that you want, but not specific funding towards the equipment that you require. But as NCBA, we've come up with solutions that have enabled such kind of customers acquire equipment without the requirement of providing additional collateral. So that's a gap that exists today in the commercial banking space. But for NCBA, the equipment that we see that we've actually seen around the exhibition halls can be financed without the requirement for additional funding. So to that extent, I think as the pioneers of asset finance and the market leaders in the market, we've been able to come up with solutions that help customers to acquire funding that is relevant to their art today. Thank you.
Well, allow me to ask, Lennox, how does that work for you? Ensuring that there is access to finance to the filmmakers, and yet at the same time, it's termed as high risk. How do you ensure as NCBA that you actually do not go on a loss?
Okay, so it starts with the formality in how an entrepreneur within the space runs their business. Because you have to attach or attribute someone's income to the borrowing they require, isn't it? So the unfortunate thing is that locks out those of us who participate in ad hoc, non-structured kind of film activities whereby you don't have a constant flow of revenue. What that places us is that there's easy access to funding to, say, producers, because producers do a lot of formal kind of financial management internally, and then it becomes easier for any commercial bank, not just NCBA, to grant financing to these. However, where we come in is that because we understand the informality in how the film industry operates, we have come up with digital banking that will then help us pull together all these stakeholders into somewhat formal banking, that then they can create a banking history that can be bankable into the future. Meaning that once we provide them with the financial literacy that they require, the next request for funding, it will be an easier conversation than it is today.
Okay, now to you, Sheila, your thoughts on the Creative Industries Registrar to focus on issues protecting intellectual property and ensuring that individuals in the sector do not actually need a guarantor, as the government intends to establish a guarantee fund aimed at impelling banks to extend this credit or funds.
I think Lennox has sort of touched on what the crux of the issue is, in the sense that currently there's still some sort of asset, right? So you're a producer and you need an asset even if you go to an NCBA to get the financing. Now, beyond the actual physical equipment, I think there's a question around how do you now look at IP as the asset that you're financing, and whether the banks are the right partners to be looking at that, alternative financial institutions, is a question mark, because it's a risk and return profile. That's really what it is. What is the risk profile of a bank vis-a-vis a fund, vis-a-vis a development financing institution like Laura was talking about earlier? And I think the person who's done it to the largest scale right now is Afrexim, with sort of looking at the intellectual property somewhat in a project financing way. And so basically they'll say, we'll take over your property, we'll give you debt until, you know, this has done very well, and then we release your intellectual property back to you. So I think by the government creating a guarantee on the back of IP, they are mitigating risk, because ultimately it's a risk mitigation equation. Lenders, financiers, investors, it's all about taking risk, but it has to be calculated and mitigated. So the more we can get partnerships, whether it's government partnerships that sort of guarantee that first layer or willing to take a first loss, it will help people like NCBA maybe even move from purely asset financing to perhaps now looking at financing the intellectual property and financing operations. So I think what we've seen is that beyond getting the cameras and the equipment, you still have quite a bit of budget you have to fund. And it's difficult to fund that budget. So what do? You go and pre-sell. You pre-sell to a Netflix or Amazon or what have you, and then it's at a huge discount. So by the time whatever your production does really well, you don't have much IP left. So I think government has, in providing a guarantee layer, they're actually solving the risk issue or they are mitigating the risk issue, and that can encourage other players, whether banks or other financial institutions, to play. So I think it's a good way to think about how do we make it bankable? It's how do we mitigate that risk? Yeah.
To build on what Sheila and Lennox have said, first of all, I'm really glad that a bank like NCBA is taking on the creative industries and taking that lead, because that is really, really needed. And there's space for all the different types of financing that Sheila just mentioned. When it comes to IP, I think that's something that needs to be understood, is what exactly IP is. So IP is basically what ties you as the creator to your work. It says, I own it, I created it. But IP can be sold, can be traded, can be rented or licensed, okay? So one first issue in the creative industries is that for very long, IP is what was sold alongside your product to a buyer, for example. Sorry, multi-choice, but this is what you guys were doing for a long time. I know things have evolved, which meant that once you were doing a sale, you were not in control of your IP anymore. So if you want to do a sequel, if you want to do a series from a movie, you cannot, because you don't own your IP. This is also what Netflix does if it acquires your content as an original. Right? Now things have evolved, and all these platforms, they know they have to adapt to international standards, where actually they can still acquire all your IP, but they will also license it. So the license just gives them the right to distribute, to keep your IP. So that's one first thing to really understand. Then the other thing is, how do you actually potentially use IP as collateral? That is a question that is top of mind in the creative industries around the world. It's not just a question in Africa. And it is extremely difficult. Why? Because it means that for a bank to use your IP as collateral, they need to know that if you are not repaying the loan, they can do something with that IP. They can sell it. Okay? Otherwise, it's of no value to the bank as a collateral. Right now, there is no secondary market in emerging markets like Africa for IP. So let's say you have IP on a project that has not yet been produced, and you're trying to get a loan from Lennox. He can hold your IP, but if you don't pay back the loan, he has nowhere to put that IP. Nobody wants to buy it. It's not even produced. So at the moment, this problem has not been solved. Okay. However, what can be done around IP is that if you're somebody who is a content creator, who has a history of creating high-value IP, I see Tosh right in front of me here. People know you. You have a history of producing high-value content. You have a history of partners, of buyers. You have a company that is well-known on the marketplace. You have your accounts in order. And Lennox can look and say, yes, he's been around for 20 years. He's done this. He has a great reputation. His accounts are in order. I trust that the next project, which is already, by the way, perhaps pre-sold, or there's an LOI, letter of intent, from a buyer, that will get done because this person has proven this. So the way to monetize your IP is that it creates a history about who you are and why your business, not just one piece of content randomly from somebody who's just appeared, but comes among a lot of other signals that can tell a banker this person is bankable. So this is how you need to look at IP, and also please plan for the future. Don't give away your IP for nothing, because it might have other uses in the future. What I'm describing is the situation today, right? And just to say a little bit about Afreximbank, so some of you might have heard, my team actually designed the $1 billion facility, film finance facility for Afreximbank. We spent a lot of time designing this. Right now it's a bit of in a beta phase. It will be officially launched hopefully later this year. But Afreximbank is a bank, just like any other bank. They also need to have some type of collateral to be able to give you a loan. It is normal. This is normal banking business. Don't blame any bank for that. Now we're trying to see what are acceptable collateral for a bank. And in the film business, you can show, so again, your production company history of success and your accounts. You can show pre-sales for your product. That doesn't mean you give away your IP, can be just a license deal, right? So if you have a pre-sale with Netflix or pre-sale with MultiChoice, you can show if you have equipment, you can show a variety of things. You can show some equity funding from other partners, other types of investors, and then that can give the confidence to the bank that they can loan to you.
All right. Thank you. Jonathan?
Okay. I'm going to slightly throw a spanner in the works here, as they say. I think IP is a massive distraction for new filmmakers. Marie, you've said that you've reflected on the fact that ownership of IP on a particular piece of content is essentially a negotiation. You've also said that production companies who've got a strong track record are better placed in that negotiation to retain IP because they're bringing expertise and proof of concept to the negotiation. But for many newer filmmakers, you don't have that track record, so you don't necessarily have the negotiating position that you would need. And I think the better route to retaining IP is being successful in your first and second projects so that you get a reputation in the market, you become a desirable and rare commodity, a proven successful filmmaker, and then in the negotiation, you have much more opportunity to hang on to the IP that could be valuable down the line. Another reason why IP is a distraction for emerging filmmakers is IP only has a value if there are profits at the end of the day after everybody else has taken their piece in the revenue waterfall. And it's quite rare for a new filmmaker to immediately make a profitable film. I think we have to recognize that government strategy in many countries is to encourage new filmmakers to come to the table and to give them resources to make a number of films until they kind of get it right or until they find an audience. You know, if you're making, if each new film, unless it's a sequel or a prequel, is a kind of a prototype. So you're dealing with an unknown quantity. You don't know how it's going to work in the marketplace. Even if you think it's going to work brilliantly in the marketplace, there may be other pieces of content out there that are looking for the same eyeballs that get in the way, that make it hard. So if we're talking about feature films, cinema films, it's a very risky proposition. I'm not surprised that traditional banks find it hard to assess the risk, and probably the position of banks in this industry might not be to help the entry-level filmmakers find their feet. That may be more of a function for government to take on that risk. So, I think I'd rather not spend too much time personally talking about IP because I don't think it's that relevant for many people in this room. What is relevant for people in this room, and we talk about where art meets commerce, is what government can do to stimulate greater success throughout the industry and grab all the benefits that this industry uniquely can deliver to the public purse and to the people in the country, which we've seen in many, many countries around the world. These days, this industry is a hot industry. Many governments are introducing strategies, including incentives to stimulate local production and incoming production.
Right.
That's the game everybody wants to play, and that's the game that governments are recognizing can be a big win. It's not about IP.
All right. Now that Jonathan touched on the government, maybe Raymond, we should hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nina. In terms of the IP, when it comes to the film sector, the product of it is a little bit a very unpredictable product because you don't know end to end from how a film is done to the tail end, to the last mile, whether it's going to be a hit, whether it's going to be big and bring the revenues. And therefore, it's very difficult, and we can't compare it with access to finance to build a house. At the end of the day, the house will be there. Linux will come and say, Raymond, you could not pay it up. But in terms of making this unpredictability predictable, and intentionally making this believable. And we look at bankability is not only on the bank. How do we secure and ensure that a filmmaker and already that project that particular team have, there's a little bit of assurance to the banking institutions, there's an assurance to the insurance institutions. So that whole value chain in terms of when we talk about IP, and as government, as what we are moving is, how then do we consolidate? How then do we consolidate and we delimit the risk that comes with the entire value chain of starting the product to the end. And therefore, this then becomes a role that all players have to play. And I was saying we were having a talk with the financial institutions. And I think one of the things that even came in terms of, then how do we ensure a film project? Because the risks that come with it, they don't know to what extent will the risk be. So quantifiability of this. And therefore, that's why that legislative framework of ensuring that then we have the IP, you have the creative registrar, are one of those steps, but it's not the only one. We must employ all other parameters and knit this end to end for this to be a formidable space.
All right. On the creation of the registrar, I mean, you've already mentioned that these are not the only steps that are going to be taken to protect this creative. But now, on the ones that we've already mentioned, which is creating the registrar and also and standing in as a guarantor for this creative, how far is the government in this?
How far we are going is we did public participation on the. I hope I got you right. Your mic, I couldn't. We have already undertaken public participation, but again at the ministry level, on behalf of the principal, the cabinet secretary, is really very open, and we've even had a discussion with KFCB and KFC that then how do we onboard the players within the space, because this is not going to be a one-off. You said, Nina, before, we should not be where we are. We cannot build it overnight. We cannot just take off all today at once. And that's why this is going to be a continual progress, and we are very open on certain areas that the practitioners would feel these do not fit us. But again, what we are emphasizing, Nina, we cannot do this if members are not on the table. I got statistics from KFC that right now we have 13,000 filmmakers in the country. 13,000. The 13,000 filmmakers that we have, they are established filmmakers. They are upcoming filmmakers. They are all manner of subcategories and categories of all that force. If that space can organize and intentionally co-create and bring what value they would want to be on the table. And sometimes the problem that I think also bedevils this sector, like other sectors, is when you call players to come. There's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a lot of, why did you call so-and-so? Why did team call so-and-so? Why was I not called directly? I think that's where we have to go. So we must bring all the, in quotes, the big fish, the small fish, the upcoming, and make sure that whatever product the government is going to address is going to address the entire value chain. It's not going to be for the big boys and the big girls alone, but again, it's also going to incentivize and also even encourage that young person who is in school to say, I want to become a filmmaker. They'll not become a filmmaker if we do not draw what success looks like. So what success looks like cannot be left, ladies and gentlemen, on the hands of government alone. Sometimes us guys in suits may be well-meaning, but we are not where the rubber meets the road. So we call everybody on board.
All right. Timothy Owase?
Thank you. We talk about intellectual property. I think this is a very positive distraction that enables the holder. It gives the holder ownership. It also assures one that I have rights on a given product. And when we link this to the National Registration Service, we are looking at a value chain where we would like to see that I can be able to tell that Raymond has a product that is registered, and this project or this product has been in place for a given period of time, that you can be able to take the trail from A to Z. When you have that, then the element of valuing your IP will enable a negotiation between the holder and the bank, especially where financial issues arises. Of course, we must be able to attach value to any given IP, because that is what really matters at any given time.
Thank you, Timothy. Timothy number 2, or should I say Timothy number 1?
Timothy 2. Thank you, Nina. Look, I think interesting conversations that we're talking about IP here, right? Because it's part of growth of the industry, where today, when we came in the morning, a lot of people are speaking about the new ways of generating revenue for the industry. And here we have, Sheila and Lennox from the banks, and they're talking about IP and how, you can get loans from that. I think, and Maria alluded to this, our model has largely been where we take the IP, and exactly for the reasons everybody has said, it's a risk. And when we started productions in Kenya, there wasn't much financing, right? The Hivas and everything we've had today, there wasn't much going on in that aspect. So when a creative has a burning desire to show their production and comes to us to finance the entire thing, then it only holds right that then we take that IP, because we're taking the risk on that. We have also had licensing agreements, many of them, and that also works. But the basis of that is then I have to see your entire production, and it's not many producers that can fund that of their own pockets. So I agree that it has sort of been skewed in one way or another in terms of IP towards the broadcaster rather than the creative. But with all players coming into play, and as Raymond has said, it takes everybody, then the industry can start to get more robust. Then you'll have a mix of people who want to own the IP and go for these funding options and produce shows, and they come to the table to us and they negotiate to keep the IPs, and they can monetize moving forward. And we'll have that mix, because globally that is the trend. It just depends on the owner of the content and what they want to do with it, I guess.
All right, thank you for that, Timothy. To the public, do we have any questions or a show of hands? Oh, goodness, wonderful. So can I just ask one last question and then I throw it to you? Sawa? Yes, Auntie. Very quickly, let's just take a minute to touch on the essentiality of financial literacy when it comes to the film industry, or creatives as a whole, actually. Starting with you, Sheila. Just a minute, and then we throw it to the floor. Can we touch on financial? Oh, literacy. It's critically important. I think, obviously, if you're going to get into a negotiation to deal with the asset that you have that you're trying to monetize, you can never go wrong with financial, being a little bit, financially smart. I think the benefit of the internet is you can kind of get yourself familiar with at least basic language. Sorry, I think my question just was too open. Financial literacy, and you, from where you sit, what are you doing to ensure that you play a big role in educating the creatives that come around you when it comes to artist financial literacy?
Got it. So I think in that regard, particularly with our partnership with Invention Studios and Craft Services, there are producers that have gone before you, have the experience, they can explain part of what we're trying to do from a financial perspective. But I also believe that if you're in the market for the long haul, you do need to explain. Sometimes people don't say when they don't know something. I think the first thing is to say I don't understand, or to look for that information. But with our partnership, we actually have people in-house that have done the financing and the creative side, and so can better support creatives who don't understand. But I think it's critically important. Otherwise, you end up in an unfair power structure. But I think also creatives have to raise their hands and say, I actually don't understand this structure at all, and I either need to get help or you need to spell it out for me.
Same question, right? So personally, what I do, so I actually do a lot of writing and talking about these issues. So if you're a filmmaker, someone from the industry, please follow me on LinkedIn. You have my name there, Marie Laura Mungai. I write a lot about the industry. I try to demystify the business workings behind the creative industries. I give a lot of tips. And I also go around, speak at panels like this. My personal focus this year, as I said, my work is mostly now on the side of the investors, but I feel I've gone a long way in my advocacy there. I continue that, but investors have now woken up to the potential, so I think we're quite advanced. Now the challenge is that the creatives need to structure themselves, and financial literacy is a very big part, but I want to also make a point. If you are a creative through and through, if you are an artist, you don't need to stretch yourself to become a business person. You can partner. So please make teams, right? Partner with someone, a friend who has more of a producer mindset. A producer is like the CEO of a film or a production company. It's their role to run the company, to run the numbers. Partner with an accountant. You need to have that skill within your business. If you cannot do it yourself, it's okay. You don't have to do everything yourself, but it needs to be part of the team around you. You will never be able to access financing if you're one individual in a vacuum with a good idea. But if you have a team of skills that are complementary and you turn it into a business, then you can access financing.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with Marie. I don't know why we would expect creative people to have particular abilities or strengths in finance. These are two different halves of the brain. And as you say, you can bring in executive producers or others who can help put the finance together, who've got the expertise. However, I would like to add another element to this, which is the need for creatives to have business literacy. So what does this mean? I can exemplify this by this example. Let's say a producer walks into a cocktail party where they're not known, and somebody asks them, what do you do for a living? And the filmmaker says, I make films. I think it would be better if that same individual would be going into that room, ask the question, what do you do for a living? And they say, I run a business that makes films.
Well, when you talk about credit, I think when we look at banking institutions, they are in business of two things. One, risk, and the second one, credit. As a filmmaker, you must be self-aware as far as financial literacy is concerned, because financial literacy enables you to look at aspects of management, how you engage, how you partner, and also how you run a profitable business. At the Commission, we create more of capacity building as far as financial literacy is concerned. We engage banks, we engage insurance firms. In addition to that, we also engage the Kenya Bankers Association with the view that we would like to see a situation where the government puts in place a credit guarantee scheme for banks to have a ride as far as filmmakers' access to credit is concerned. But more so, self-awareness is very critical. We continue to champion the capacity building in this area, because the more you are aware of this particular fundamental point, the more you are able to engage and you are able to rally what you want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nina. Our steps, the way I'd said, is to consolidate. And I agree with what Maria said. The filmmakers and the creative space, they must organize. And I keep on just emphasizing, just imagine a voice of 13,000 people in a platform and reaching out to 13,000 filmmakers and bringing them on financial sustainability, packaging their brands, institutionalizing themselves. And just the way Jonathan has said, and Marie as well, you don't need to be a financial expert, but then there are financial experts that can help you. When we were having a conversation with financial institutions, Nina, some creatives did not even know that we have lawyers and legal experts who are just within the creative sector in this country. So you see, knowledge is power, and this is what needs to go out there. We have a problem, and we don't want to extend this now that we are building this up. Again, creative space is wide, it's beyond film. But in this country and everywhere, you have creatives becoming celebrities. Every day you watch those ladies and gentlemen on your screens, but in real life they are broke. Sometimes you hear they were given some 2 million Kenya shillings and their images are used for 1 year. So you get people battling with depression because they can't get out there. Some of them do not even have a car to move from one place to another place, because when you get there, everybody say, you're a big star. But you're a big star, but in between, who helped you in terms of just knowing how you need to tie your brand and then convert that to money, and not only to money, how then you become sustainable? Because you may also not be a star for 2 years, 3 years. After 4 years, you may not be the star because new guys may have emerged. But then, how then you transit? So this is very critical, and financial institutions will play a great role. Let's organize and let's consolidate ourselves. Let's be that voice. Then it would be easier to reach out to 13,000 than to reach out to individual creatives.
Yeah, thank you. I think by the end of this session today, I'll have converted everyone here to a banker, because you're speaking the same language. So, as far as our role as NCBA is concerned in terms of promoting financial literacy, first of all, any funding decision is predicated on cash flows that are visible. So the issue in terms of providing an IP, yeah, we'll be told that it can be monetized, etc. But what the bank wants to see is cash flow. So what are these cash flows that you're earning? So it's very difficult for us to really interact with something that is not tangible, something that is intangible. What we've done as NCBA is, one, in conjunction with some of the customers, the clients we have, is that we've, one, worked together to understand what is your cash flow point, okay? At what point in time do you receive your money? You've talked about 2 million, someone receiving 2 million. I don't know how that is paid, but we also have the creatives who are paid informally, either in cash or other channels that are not very formal. So what we try to do is to bring that into a formal setup that then we can now track a cash flow pattern. And that cash flow pattern is what will help us convert into a bankable proposition, as we've talked about, yeah? So once we identify the cash flow point, understand the gaps with regards to how the cash flows are appropriated, obviously in conjunction with producers, encourage that all payments being made to the creatives, let it be done formally, so that, because that is what will rely as commercial banks in terms of being able to give funding. And we also understand that this is a digital era. A lot of the creatives are very young, so they prefer a digital platform. So we have a Loop banking app, which is a digital bank for NCBA Group, that we can also use as a conduit to channel the cash flows. Then thereafter, we have, in each of our branches, we have personal financial consultants who can now engage with individual creatives, get to understand what are your funding requirements and how can I then structure something that meets your cash flow patterns. So that's, in essence, is what we've done as a commercial bank to make sure that we create financial literacy, and one that will help these creatives access funding at the point when they require.
Yeah, so I concur with the sentiments from my fellow panelists on the importance for financial literacy. I think for us, over the last, 10 years, we've been producing about 500 hours every year, a lot of content. And we are at some point quite unpopular because at the end of every production, we demanded some things from the producers, right? Receipts, bookkeeping, accounting, just so that we could show them that you need to run film as a business. It's the business of film. And that should trickle down. And to be honest, just like I said earlier, the industry in Kenya has grown in leaps and bounds. Where we are today is not where we were 6-7 years ago. And the conversations we're having today means that we are going to the next level. So I would urge producers and the production houses and their teams to take financial literacy, as a very important subject. because it might also address what we asked in the beginning as to whether guys are being paid enough money. Is it a case of not being paid enough, or when the money comes in, like Raymond says, it just goes? And so we're none the wiser as to what's really happening with the people's bank accounts. Even things like having a separate bank account if you're a production house and not using your personal bank account to put in money, separate those two things so that you're running film as a business. No organization, no CEO in an organization or an owner or a partner puts money in whatever accounts they have, right? So just structuring yourselves in such a way, that will get us to that point.
All right, until this point, let's appreciate our panelists kindly. Tuwapigie makofi. Tutawashukuru tena sana. Now to the floor. Okay, wonderful. So you'll introduce yourself, alafu kisha tuulize swali. Waulize swali.
Thank you. My name's Ezekiel Onyango, but you can call me Easy. I'm the chairperson of the Kenya Film and Television Professionals Association. And the 13,000 plus people you've talked about are my children. So I have a question, but you will allow me to contextualize my question so that it can be understood and not be put out of context. A lot of the problems we face in the world today are all problems of culture. Climate change is a culture problem. It's in the culture of the way we do things. Health issues that we face in the world are culture problems. The problems we are discussing here today are also culture problems. It's a culture of consumption. It's a culture of producing. And so if you look at it that way, you find something that I call the tragedy of producing in Kenya. Because there is a very highly misunderstood concept of what these people do. And let me paint an example with a comparative. And the comparative I'll take is the comparative of a subsistence farmer who plants maize in seasons in Kitale. And compare that person to a filmmaker in this room. When it's planting season, the farmer will get subsidized seeds. They will get subsidized fertilizer. They will get agricultural extension services that will ensure the inputs they need to produce are incentivized and subsidized. On top of that, the Ministry of Agriculture has policies in place that ensure the process of farming to the level at which you can hire a tractor from the county government is also incentivized. Then when the product is ready and they can harvest, they've got a guarantee route to market because they can take it to their own subsistence market or they can take it to the National Cereals Board and it is bought at a price. When we get to that word price, pin it because you can only measure GDP of something based on the market price that it takes to the market. Then now let's look at the story of a producer like Tosh or the young emerging producer who is here. They have an idea and they want to write a script. They will have to hire a script writer. There is no subsidy for them to be able to hire that person. So they will get their script at a more expensive price. Next, they will go to produce. There is no single input they will need in the process of production that is subsidized, protected, or supported by any policy to say that it is even nearly incentivized. The supply chain in production is 30 times bigger than the supply chain in planting your maize. So there's this misconception that these guys are not organized, these guys don't know what they're doing, but I'll tell you today, the producer pays more tax than the farmer because their entire supply chain is tax heavy. They spend more money in their supply chain to produce. They spend more time. They hire more people. But the real tragedy is that they cannot price their product because it's non-tangible. And I'm very happy that there is no filmmaker in the panel because the solution lies here. When you cannot price your product, it means the economists and planners in your country cannot measure the contribution of that particular product to your GVA or your GDP. So we are never counted. Whatever we do doesn't make it to the numbers. And that is why there's a cultural belief that they are not organized, they are not doing. No, they are doing. And they are doing more than what the subsistent farmer is doing. That is the context I wanted to put. Now I'll proceed to my question. How come when Kenyans, and at that time I was a young man, me and this gentleman, we tried to open a bank account at Barclays, and we were told we were not bankable. Because at the time, I am in campus, Tosh is learning, we are starting a film company. But Equity Bank innovated in the same space, and all of a sudden we were bankable without doing any change. We were doing what we were doing, we were freelancers, but Equity Bank found us bankable. I credit that to innovation in the finance sector to challenge cultural beliefs. Number two, for a long time in Kenya, we didn't have access to credit cards. Then came M-Pesa. There's nothing the Kenyan citizenry did to change. They continued doing what they were doing, but it is the finance sector that innovated to change and break that ceiling and gave us M-Pesa. Today, we have fintechs where you can acquire a digital loan for as high as 1 million shillings. There is nothing. These guys have changed. They're still doing what they're changing. But the finance world has innovated to meet us at a place. So then I've listened to the panelists, but what I've listened to is status quo. That this is how DFIs work, this is how VCs work, this is how financial banks that are doing asset financing work. Where is the innovation that will allow us to change these cultural beliefs? Think harder, I challenge you. Put yourself to work. We are doing the work on this side. Whether or not the finance is not there, you will still see Kenyan content on Netflix, you'll see it on KBC, you'll see it everywhere. So the challenge is into the finance world. How can you throw yourself deeper to find these things like the examples I've given of equity, M-Pesa, to meet us as a convergence, and then we take this thing beyond IP. So that's the first challenge. To the government of Kenya, my question is, post-independence, Kenya has never had a cultural policy targeted to audiences and consumers. We design policies to respond to production but not to consumption. How do we sensitize our audience to ensure that they know I have to pay for this particular thing, that I cannot pirate this show because it is illegal and there'll be repercussions, that it is in my culture that if I go to watch a music concert, let me pay. Because when we introduce such culture shifts, then the audience will respond. So the question to you, Raymond, is what's in place for that? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Nina, can we take 2-3 questions, and your panel can answer those? Where to next? He says he was next here at the front. A lady. Let me go down there.
Thank you very much. My name is Kanyima Kubane, and I am a producer, director, and writer from South Africa, and I have a film that will be showing here at the Kalasha Film Festival. It's a world premiere. Actually, it's the very first time it's going to be screened. So thank you very much for that opportunity. My question is about business imperatives and creative imperatives, right? How do we find each other at a common place that protects our integrity? Because when we create art, we don't create art for numbers or for the commercial aspect only, but we do want to have businesses that are profitable, that are sustainable, businesses that enable us to no longer need financial institutions because we can fund ourselves to give opportunities to others that are coming up. However, what starts to happen is that the commercial imperatives and the business imperatives start to take dominance over creative imperatives. So people start creating for the commercialization of their art. So whenever we create, the first thing we ask, will this sell? Will this make me the millions? Will this meet the finder's perspective, the cash flow, all the things that you've mentioned today? And we know that creatives also love to do what we call passion projects, right? And passion projects may not necessarily be commercially successful, right? But that's what fulfills us as artists. So how do we not kill the spirits and souls of creatives in the process of making our art commercially viable? Thank you. And I am going to specifically aim Mr. Raymond and all the funding partners because they are the ones that really deal with this. Because it's a big problem. We stop creating for art and we start creating for commercial entities. Thank you.
Think you can take one more at the front? Tosh thinks I have something against him. I'm following Nina.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Tosh Gitonga. I am a film producer, director, although I prefer to be a director, but I've been forced to be a producer because I had to learn the business of film. My question is simple, and you talked about your NCBA customers. I am one of them. It took a long time. I still feel we have a long way to go. If you look at what's happening in the rest of the world, and I'll talk about Africa, Nigeria has surpassed us. South Africa too, in terms of the films that are being done, especially service films, which is a whole different entity. And that would be a question to government. I feel like we are two couples that love each other, but do not know how to speak to each other. We speak different languages. So I don't know how to tell you I love you because I don't speak your language. And it has left us in the same space for a long time. Yes, we have an issue in terms of seeing film as a business. A lot of us are artists, so we make films for the art. And then we realize along the way that we have to learn the business side of it, which is okay. My question is, and I think Izzy touched on it, cannot the banks or the financial sector, you've also all over here said about the problem is that there's financial illiteracy. Can the financial bank take up and create a creative department to really understand, this market? Because we are artists, we don't know how to put ourselves in the financial sense. And create a department that the task is to find out how do we make these guys' business work so that when they come to us, we can tell them, this is what you need to be for me to give you money to make a film. Yeah? And then the second question is to the government. All this talk is good, but if the end of it doesn't make sense, and when I mean end, I mean the market, again, route to the market, it's all null and void. We are encouraging a lot of young people to come to this industry, but what are they coming to? I've been there for a long time. I look at them and I feel pity. They come with their big eyes, bright-eyed, but some of us are still here because it's really what we love to do. And sometimes we sit and watch while everybody keeps talking about promoting the film industry and making more people come to the industry. What are we doing to make that industry work? And I'll give an example. I think we have 5 cinemas in this country, 5 or 6. Whatever the number is less than 10. And we are talking about creating a huge market from the creative industry, yet the output is almost non-existent. Where is it all going to go? If we're not creating a space for for the films to go to. Where is it going to go to? And I have seen we're doing a lot now in the sports sector, a new and commendable. I'm seeing a lot of stadiums coming up. Can we also have cinemas from the government? Can the government promote the culture? I mean, I grew up when we had social halls. Can we convert these social halls to cinemas so that we start creating a space for this content to go to? You know, how do we partner with KBC, which is a government entity, to promote, you know, these films that we're making, so that we can create the audience and bring back the culture of filmmaking, and that way, then the business can make sense, and then all these discussions can move to the next level, because I feel we keep talking about the issue which there's no sustainable solution. Thank you.
Nina, can I start? Because I don't have a notebook.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. A disclaimer, Easy is my personal advisor, so some of the things I'm saying here is personally responsible. But anyway, on a lighter note, I'm just joking. One, from what Easy said, I think I also want to do a disclaimer so that I don't blow what he said out of context. We are not saying from the government that the 13,000 are not organized. Actually, they are there, and a lot of work is going on there. What we're just saying is that how we can synergize and make sure that the voices of the 13,000 is well captured. And even on our end, we accommodate the views and the intentions and the visions and the aspirations of the 13,000 filmmakers who are not at the same stage. Where Tosh, where Easy is not where an upcoming filmmaker is. So I'm just saying in terms of how then do we bring that on the table. The doctors, an example. You even had the government say, one of the governors said, I'll not quote, it was on the media, that even these doctors, the Doctors Association, is unconstitutional. But what have they done? Because of their voicing, they have made sure whatever they want is being heard. So I'm not saying that we are going to go to the streets and do that, because already the table is open. So Easy, we are ready to open. In terms of the culture, and again, Tosh has also raised the same. I think I would dovetail the two together. It would need a concerted effort, Nina. It would need confidence in the product. And I look at our brother from Star Times who came here, mentioned, I was here, he didn't talk about Gor Mahia, he didn't talk about FC Leopards. He talked about Liverpool. And look at EPL as a product. The product, how it has been tied, and the confidence that then it brings the fans to. You go to any rural village down there and you get any speaker taking the stage, they'll say Man U or Arsenal, then already the crowd is going to be up there because of how that product has been curated and worked with together. And I want to assure Easy and my sister from South Africa who has said, how then do we produce not for art, but we produce for commerce? And one thing that makes me happy, and Timothy Okwaro said this before, that some conversations we are having today, Nina, were never there 2 years ago. Then it means one thing, we are going somewhere. And the fact that last week we had to sit with financial institutions, insurance companies, and make creatives tell them that these projects are bankable, already is going to be a change of mindset. And I think Tosh or Easy is the one who has said, why can't even the banking sector begin to have creative departments? And I was thinking, if we make this ecosystem very viable, then it would even mean, even from the security aspect team, you could even be having a specialized security for creative projects, such that when you begin to do your projects as filmmakers, there's only one department that you need to go to that needs to work with you from Kenya. You don't need to go and know who is the OCP, Family Bank. All these banks are going to be having focal points that when you go as a creative, you're not seen as a joker. You're not told, please go sit on another corner. You are treated with the seriousness they deserve. So it will need all of us, and I believe we are in the right steps with the great minds that we have. And lastly, If government was not open for discussions, Nina, we would have not been here. There were days easy that government people would come make speeches, then run away. They say they have another function. Those days are gone. So if you don't have content between your 2 years, how then do you sustain a conversation with the film sector? You must then do your assignment well. So we believe with time we are going to improve, and we thank also for the great input that we are having.
What Tosh also mentioned is how are you going to create space for our films? And can government try and promote films and culture? And also from our sister from South Africa, yes, as much as we're trying to create... Okay, what I understand is that filmmakers are being pushed to over and over create value for their art, right? But by creating value for their art, there's a very thin line between now that creating of value that will make them lose their art. You understand? So what exactly is the government doing about that to ensure that they do not lose their touch? And then we have 5 minutes, yeah?
Yes, I think I'll be very brief because I think I'd even insinuated in my answer before. I think the best thing that government can do is to converge all stakeholders together and to bring everybody on board because of the apparatus that government have. Because when it comes to security, policies around financing, government has a lot of control. So what we must then do, from what our sister said, how then do we produce not for arts, but for commerce? But again, we don't lose that authenticity and the touch. I think us as a government, we are bringing everybody on the table. Yeah.
And what would you like to add on that?
So first of all, I would like to say that I'm very pleased with the level of contributions and questions from the audience. I think they're very high level. And again, also the contribution of the panel. And I would reiterate, I've been around also for 20 years like these guys. These are a new depth in the conversation that we're having, so we can be happy with that. We're getting closer to the goal. Easy's talking to his neighbor, so he's not talking to me. I was going to respond to you on financial innovation. So yes, it's very frustrating to hear, again, financiers say you need to have your accounts in order and all of that. But I want to reassure you that in the background, some of this financial innovation to target the creative sector is being discussed, is being workshopped, is being thought about. You're going to have to be patient. These organizations are extremely slow. At least now they're looking at it. But yes, so there's a very big movement within these DFIs and within also VC funds, PE funds, to educate themselves on the sectors, to build new tools, to have other expectations of return so that they can invest in the creative sector. This is the conversation that's going on today. You made a point that we haven't discussed, but that I think is key, is the role of fintech. Indeed, fintech now is lending on different bases. They have other ways to see if you are creditworthy. And I would actually appeal to this room because we're in Kenya. Kenya has one of the best tech industries on the continent. Kenya created M-Pesa, has led the world. So if there's any tech people here, we need more people to focus on that, on how do you build creditworthiness using tech tools, tracking of cash flows. I think your app is doing some of that to open up to more creative sector. There's various initiatives around the world. For example, creatives that actually have businesses that go through online platforms can get advance on their sales from these platforms. So this is a very fast-moving sector, but yes, fintech is something we have to keep in mind. To answer our friend from South Africa on versus art and commerce, first of all, this is an issue that all creatives around the world are facing. It's not an African issue. Basically, this is what it means to be a creative. How do you continue to do your passion projects while sustaining yourself? There are ecosystems where you have more access to grant funding, government funding. South Africa has a lot, actually. There are some in Kenya. The KFC does finance some projects, so it's not like there's nothing. Kenya is also one of the countries in Africa that receives the more soft money funding, grant funding. Myself, when I started as a producer here 20 years ago, there was zero private money available. I raised millions from grants to produce my content. So there are some, don't think that there are not. There are some, and you're in a better situation in this country than other countries like Nigeria, where there's zero grant money, right, available. But what I would say is the way to deal with art and commerce, and even big shot Hollywood directors have to face that same problem you're describing. You have to make commercial projects to finance your passion projects. This is just the way. You have to make money somewhere, and then you can finance your own. You can build your own audience and ask them to finance your passion project. But nobody else is going to finance your passion project but yourself, unfortunately, unless grants. And to finish on Tosh and creating the market, and yes, there's no infrastructure, and these products have nowhere to go. I would say this might be the biggest challenge when we talk about local content. There's not enough buyers, there's not enough distributors, cinemas. That is a big hurdle. I think these should be incentivized. That would be a good way to put government efforts so that they can go somewhere. But I would also say something, because we didn't talk about it at all on this panel. You pointed out perhaps the weakness of the Kenyan film sector, of we can create all we want, we can get better, but it has nowhere to go. We haven't talked about Kenya's biggest advantage in the global film industry. Kenya has everything in its hands to become a Kenya film shooting hub for the world. This is a conversation we've been having for 20 years. We need film incentives here. I know you guys are working on it. Please get it done tomorrow. This will change the landscape of the Kenyan film industry. There is now, and Jonathan can tell you a lot more about this is his work, but 111, you said, countries around the world that have film incentives today. Kenya has passed this by. We lost the turn, right? Years ago, Kenya was getting very big Hollywood films shooting here because it has everything. It has the weather, it has the landscapes, it has skilled crews, it has a great work ethic, it has sufficient infrastructure. Years ago, South Africa started its film incentives. All these projects went to South Africa, right? This is such a missed opportunity. We can still turn it around. We can still attract the world to shoot big projects here. Then they will employ Kenyans. Then we have a whole ecosystem of the service economy. I see all these booths. There's already, the companies are already there that can then service these international projects. And from there, you can also grow your local film industry. So I think that was missing from our conversation, but Kenya is sitting on a gold mine here. And I mean, Jonathan, this is your area, so feel free to tell us more.
Okay, thank you. Just very quickly.
That's fine.
As you mentioned, a lack of innovation. Actually, the introduction of incentives around the world has been a huge innovation in the last 10, 15 years, and that's proven to be successful. It's not a subsidy. These incentives are not subsidies. They're clever investment tools that governments use in order to generate much higher levels of economic activity. And incentives also work in addition to bringing in international productions, which Tim and his team are keen to do. They also fill a finance gap for domestic productions. And in fact, the first incentives are often introduced in countries to help domestic producers who could no longer get pre-sales from the DVD market because that market disappeared. So these incentives came in to fill the gap. I'll just say one other thing, just stepping back. This panel is about art meets commerce. Art does not always meet commerce very comfortably, and especially in our industry, because the cost of production of a film is massive compared to most other artistic endeavors. If you want to write a book or paint a picture or create a piece of music, it doesn't cost $500,000 or more or 100,000 or whatever it is. So unfortunately, it means that the creatives in our industry have to recognize that in creating their art, they have to also think about what's my route to the consumer of my piece? What is, which eyeballs in which parts of the world are going to watch this? What are they going to pay for it? And how can that money come back to me or my financiers? And in terms of what government can do, there's a rather inexpensive thing that they can do, and that is encourage the connection and communication between the ultimate consumers or the avenues to consumption, like distributors, broadcasters, streamers, or whatever, co-producers, to encourage more interaction between the producers from this country and the entities from elsewhere that can bring audiences and consumers and money to that production. And that happens all over the world. And the more that happens, the more opportunities there are to fund the kind of creative bits of creative, expensive bits of creative, artistic content that films are all about.
All right. I was hoping, sorry, Timothy, I was hoping that but first listen to what Sheila has to say as she winds up, and then we come to you. You also give your last remarks as we come to an end of this session.
I know we're way over time. I was thinking about this aspect of how do you remain true to your art form. I think consumers have also become, they don't like being overmarketed too. So we as financial people might say, and Hollywood does this a lot, right? There's a genre that works and people repeat and repeat and repeat. But when something breaks out that's different, people latch onto it. There's good art and bad art. So I think as long as you're creating great art, you can find a market for it. And people are looking more and more for something that's different. I think we've seen this, we're talking about it earlier with local language content. We're talking about it with, content like Squid Games. Who would have thought that would be a huge hit? But there is also an interest in seeing something that's different. So I think if you're true to yourself as an artist and you make great art, you can find this route to market, or you can find the people willing to pay for that. Granted, still, you do have to have some of, if it's a purely passion project and it's not that great, I think you have to finance it out of the commercial aspect. Innovation. I think we're innovating on the margins, right? We're doing a Pan-African Film Fund, for example. We're taking a financial instrument that has existed for other sectors and seeing how we can tweak it to the creative or the film sector, right? And the thing about innovation sometimes in finance is that it happens on the margin. It's iterative. Because banks, you don't want him mismanaging your money. All our deposits, at the end of the day, he manages customers' money, right? He has a huge responsibility doing that. If you look at pension funds, which are the largest holders of deposits, they're managing all our pension. They have a huge responsibility with that. So the risk management aspect in managing other people's money is such that sometimes the innovation is on the margin and it's iterative, but I think it's happening because some of the institutions that wouldn't have looked at this before are looking at it. Now, I know sometimes you want to see a big shift. I think film and art has positive externalities, so brings us back to government. Anytime you have something that has a positive externality, the government has to drive this culture. I mean, there are places in the world where art is financed through government. So you have galleries, you're talking about cinemas. There's a role for government to play in sort of setting the tone of the culture and in supporting the industry as a whole, because ultimately art has a positive externality.
Very well. Tosh, my response to your question about audiences, I think we need a concerted effort to work together to see to it that we drive audiences back to cinema. Currently, Kenya Film Commission is carrying out an audience analysis, and the audience analysis results will be able to give us an impetus to come up with a clear program that is geared towards us driving audiences back to cinema and based on consumer trends. On the issue of investment, I want to throw this back to all of us, that this is an investment opportunity. We have 47 counties, and in each of these counties, the bare minimum we should have is at least one cinema hall per county. So businessmen, come up, let's work together. Government is out to incentivize you as an investor to set up these facilities because consumers are there and they are looking for good content, and the demand for content is quite high. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think what I had was a challenge, for NCBA to come up with creative, in fact, what I'd call film banking or a creative proposition, and challenge accepted. And I'll just give some context to that, Last year, we had an opportunity of meeting the KFC team, and we got to pick up the kind of challenges that are there in the industry and the gaps that are there. And also to give you context, thank you for being a NCBA customer. I think that's a very good thing. But actually, a good number of you are actually NCBA customers. Okay? Knowing or without knowing. if you have an M-Shwari account, if you have a Fuliza account, that's an NCBA product. We were the pioneers of digital banking together with Safaricom. And the reason why there's no Equity Bank here or other, let me not call the other banks, yeah, is because we are at the forefront of digital innovation. So we have a fintech called the NCBA Digital Banking that one of our products, which I alluded to, is called Loop, whereby we're able to open accounts digitally with no physical visit to any banking hall, and you'll build your credit net worth, score, and get funding without any interaction with any bank employee. So on the back of that, we actually in the process of developing a proposition for the creative industry, and that will then extend to what you're asking for. So give us time. Again, it takes a bit of time, yeah?
Time? How much time? That's what I'm asking. Do we need to know how much time? Or should we just give them some grace?
No, let's not push it for now. Behind the tent, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's work in progress for us. And because we've seen the opportunity, we are seeing the potential, and we understand and we acknowledge the fact that we don't have attractive banking solutions within the industry. So NCBA is one of those banks that will, or NCBA Group, will come up with a solution for the creative industry. Thank you.
Yeah, my last remarks, to just thank Timothy Owase and KFC for everything they do for the film and TV industry. I think MultiChoice as a group took an aggressive strategy many years ago to go hyper-local, and we went in aggressively. And we have been at the forefront of marketing local content across sub-Saharan Africa, right? Through our linear and our OTT platforms like Showmax. Having the benefit of having worked across different markets across East and Southern Africa, I'd just like to tell everybody in this room that Kenya is doing an amazing job. Despite the challenges, I've seen this industry grow. And to be honest, I've sat in rooms, I sat with some guys in Nigeria, some producers who were watching some African content which they were judging. And unfortunately, didn't have subtitles on that show, but the picture quality, the guy kept telling me this looks amazing. So give yourselves a pat on the back. These are relevant discussions happening now, so that we can, cross over and sort out our challenges. But yeah, great work to the industry, and MultiChoice will be there to continue to partner with you guys, because hyperlocal, that's our strategy, and will continue to be the same. Thank you.
There we go. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our first panel discussion, which is where art meets commerce, or where commerce meets the art. Let's clap for our very able panelists as they walk out of set. We start off with Sheila Chasirima. Sheila Chasirima is a partner at NISK Capital, an investment bank in Nairobi, Kenya. Marie Laura Mungai, African Creatives, Industries and Sports business advisor, investor and entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Restless Global. Jonathan Olsberg, the executive chair of the SPI Consultancies for the Global Creative. Timothy Owase, Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Film Commission, and thank you so much for having all this for us. We appreciate you, sir. Raymond Ochieng, HLC, Secretary of Youth Development at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Lennox Mugambe, Group Director, Asset Finance and Business Solutions at NCBA Group. And finally, Timothy Okwaro, the current Director of MultiChoice Group, East and Southern Africa Channels. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. And let's appreciate you too. Thank you for your participation and thank you for your attendance. My name is Nina Shaban. Please be sure to watch NTV, the Business Bulletin. Tafadhali, let's support each other. Yeah? Sindio, thank you so much. It was an honor. And now let's have our MC back. Tumappreciate tafadhali.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for them, please. I mean, you know it means business when you have a banker in the panel. That's the only thing they talk about. P&Ls and balance sheets. And of course, this conversation continues even during this health break that we're about to take. So we take a 10-minute health break. We are back after that for another panel discussion. And this time we're looking at the platforms. We're talking about TikTok taking over. How do you use it, rather, as a filmmaker to advance your brand, advance your productions? 10 minutes, and then we're back for that discussion. So 10 minutes, stretch a bit, network a bit, get those numbers, then we sit and get into the next session. Asante.